Thank you very much, Chairperson. Honorable members, I'm Paula Cooper. So the first time that I'm sitting into this committee, but I'm a former deputy chairperson, vice chairperson of the Committee on Gender Equality, Women's Advancement and Youth Development. I so submit, thank you. And I don't have any agenda. I don't know what's going to happen afterwards.
Thank you, Honorable. Well, the agenda has been circulated electronically. Is there anything we can do?
You're not in the group. Let me, because we circulated, as you honorable members will know, for those that are on the group, apologies to those that have not yet been added. We have shared the link where the documents are in the group. And I'm going to add Honorable to the group. We also need to address the two members that are, our sincere apologies about that. Maybe for purposes of facilitating the meeting while we are dealing with the administrative issues, we will project the agenda on the screen.
Your mic, Honorable.
Yeah, I'm afraid in the group, I honestly cannot find the agenda for today. I have several documents, yes, but it's the Constitution again, SADC rules, latest rules of procedure.
Before that, when the message that was posted on Tuesday, there's a link that says.
Oh, that's where the link.
Yeah.
Okay.
I click the following link to access DGHR commit documents. I can repost on the three links. I mean the link for members to be able to access the documents. So there is in place currently a policy, a paperless policy, and we therefore post documents electronically onto a portal for members to be able to access. I'm reposting those. I think it will be good for members to have access. Let me facilitate Honorable Cooper to get into the group. Honorable Range, I will need your email. Let me get it.
And thank you for that. We will sort out, Honorable Member, the question of not knowing where we are going. But to make things easier, while the administrative issues are being sorted, we will, in due course, be beaming it on the screen. But thank you for the introduction. Coming next is Mauritius to the introduction to us.
Mauritius.
It's over to you.
Yes, yes, Chair. I'm sorry, no, because the way to check in is a bit secure. So, my name is Ravilaj Bichuk, first time MP in Mauritius since November last. Honestly, I choose to be a member of this SADC PF. I fought for it at local level, and I fought to be in this committee because I'm very passionate about. I'm a political scientist by training, so I'm pretty much interested in everything related to elections, governance, democracy, etc., etc. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that introduction. You're most welcome. Next is Lesotho, I think.
Thank you, Chair. I am Itumeleng Ranto. I'm a member of parliament in Lesotho, also chairperson, Sustainable Development Goal Monitoring Committee, and I'm pleased to be here. I'm on a proxy representing Honorable Moshasha. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me check. Where are we now? Honorable members, are you able to permit on? Okay, so the bit.
Senhor Presidente, nós acabamos de ouvir a apresentação dos novos membros da nossa comissão. Ficamos a conhecê-los, mas eles também não nos conhecem. Creio que devíamos todos apresentar-nos, né? E não só os novos, mas todos nós nos devíamos apresentar, para que eles também nos possam conhecer. Muito obrigado.
Thank you, Angola. To me, that's a good suggestion so that we are familiar with each other. Let us not just limit introductions only to the newcomers. Can we straight away do so? I, myself, Isaac Makakula, a senator in the Eswatini parliament. And this is my second term here. Thank you, and I have the honor to lead the discussions. Thank you so much. And we will start from Zimbabwe all the way until the last person, Angola. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Tendai Nyaban. I'm in my first term in the SADC Parliamentary Forum, and at home I'm in the second term. I joined SADC PF in 2023. I thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good morning, Chairperson. Greetings to yourselves and my fellow members of the committee and the esteemed secretary. My name is Kenny Muimang. I am the Chief Whip of the National Council of Province. This is my second term in Parliament. But this is my first term as a SADC member. But I've been a member of provincial legislature as a speaker for 6 years. So I'm quite excited to be part of today's meeting. Thank you.
I'm reintroducing again. I'm Paula Cooper. I don't have a choice. My neighbor across the Orange River have given me the opportunity to speak. I'm Paula Cooper. I'm the Deputy Chief Whip in the National Assembly of the Republic of Namibia. And this is the second term for me in the SADC Parliamentary Forum. but back home, it's not my first or second term. I so submit.
Thank you so much. Yes, again. Yeah, I can see your pieces there. It's on you
So
now.
my name is Bond, James Bond. No, my name is Raviraj Pichuk, newly MP from Mauritius. Yes, as I told you, I'm pretty much interested in the SADC parties. That's why at local level, I fought to be present at SADC PF. And I fought to be in this committee with my friends. So I'm look forward to learn a lot from you people and to bring in my experience also in matters of governance, elections, democratization, and so on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you again, Chair. Like before, I'm still Itumeleng Rantu, member of the 11th Parliament in Lesotho, here on a proxy for Honorable Mushweshwe. This is my first term in Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The TRC.
Oui, bonjour à tous. Je suis Françoise Bemba, sénatrice, et c'est mon deuxième mandat de sénatrice au Parlement de la RDC. Auparavant, j'étais députée nationale, donc ça fait déjà trois mandats où je suis au Parlement. Et ici, ça fait 1 an que je suis membre du Forum des parlementaires de la SADC. Voilà. Donc, en tant que sénatrice, au niveau du Sénat, je suis membre de la Commission Défense et Sécurité. Merci.
Thank you. That my
Eu sou Pedro Sebastião, sou deputado de Angola. No meu país, no meu parlamento, sou uma espécie de veterano desde praticamente a nossa independência. E pertenço à segunda comissão, que é de Defesa e Segurança. E sou também o responsável de ligação, digamos, de ligação com a SADC, o Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, a região dos Grandes Lagos e a África Central. Aqui estou no segundo mandato, já cá andei no fórum e agora regresso novamente depois de ter desempenhado funções governamentais. Muito obrigado.
Thank you, Sebastian, for that introduction, and thank you, everyone. Secretary, you did on the very onset introduce yourself, but it would do no harm if you, like everybody has done, also do the same.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, for the generosity. My name is Sheunen Kurasha. I'm the Director, Parliamentary Business and Programs. I'm servicing this committee in view of the reality that we do not have adequate staff to be able to service the committees. Maybe, Chair, while I still have the floor, also to indicate that we have a colleague from the SADC Secretariat, as we know that we're going to be focusing on protocols. We have Dennis from the SADC Secretariat who is in the meeting. Maybe we could also request him to introduce himself. Sorry, Dennis, I'm only realizing there is no mic. You can come.
Good morning, honorable members. My name is Dennis Remam. I'm heading the Policy and Strategy Development Unit at the SADC Secretariat. And I guess I'm here as a resource person. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we continue without any further ado. Our proceedings will be smooth, guided by our agenda. We're able to permit. If not, it has been circulated, and hopefully you have gone through the agenda, and is everyone aware of the agenda? Except
Chair, maybe I can go through the agenda with your agreement. I've beamed it. It's on the screen, but I could also go through the agenda. Our agenda is circulated as we dispense the issue of the designation of the chairperson, the interim chairperson. We have also dealt with there's also the credentials and apologies, adoption of the agenda, welcome remarks by the chairperson, consideration of the minutes of the previous meeting, matters arising, and presentation on decisions and action taken. This will also include the presentation of the SADC PF project on enhancing accountability and citizen participation in regional integration through regional parliament running from 2025 to 2027. Then we have update on status of selected sector-specific SADC protocols to the Standing Committee, and deliberations on strategies to enhance parliamentary advocacy and recommendations to the Plenary Assembly. And we are focusing specifically on three protocols, or the protocols and decisions. The SADC protocol against corruption of 2001, the SADC protocol on politics, defense, and security cooperation of 2001, if I'm correct. No, it couldn't be. Yeah, 2001, yes. Then the revised SADC principles and guidelines governing democratic elections of 2021. We erroneously said 2015. There was a further revision. It's 2021. And we will continue for the entire day looking at those protocols. Tomorrow, we will then be focusing on reviewing the advocates' roles of MPs, the development of concrete action-oriented strategies, and formulation of recommendations to the Plenary Assembly. In practice, or in actual fact, honorable members, I presume that the issues around the conversations on the advocates' roles of MPs and the specific actions they can take and recommendations will also happen simultaneously after we have received the presentations. So in terms of flow, it's not like we will wait until tomorrow when we are going to look at the recommendations. The essence of the agenda was to capture the fact that because this committee will need to report to the plenary assembly, we are therefore going to focus on the issue of the role of MPs, the issue of the actions that are need to be undertaken, and the recommendations. I submit, Chair.
Thank you very much, esteemed Secretary. There we are. That's our program. That's our agenda. I shall put it to you whether you adopt with or without amendments. Anybody proposing anything around that? The chief whip, not for here, for the province.
Thank you, Chair. I propose that we adopt the agenda as presented without any amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any seconder? Thank you very much, seconded. And therefore, the agenda is duly adopted. Thank you. As per the agenda, what is the next item? Previous minutes. But before that, let me make some small remarks, which I have already made. Yes, and thank you for the agenda and its adoption. Honorable members, we are meeting here under the theme enhancing the role of parliamentarians in advocating for the signing, ratification, accession, domestication, and implementation of SADC protocol. Much like we have been going through, have been discussing over the last 3-4 days. Looks to me it's almost on those lines. So it should make our work easy. Not necessarily that as per the discussions in those meetings, but we can always come up with something here. With that, as I have already indicated or made some remarks to, it's our meeting. I shall ask everyone to cooperate, not to find him or herself at home. We are at home when we should be at home. But more importantly, it is for everyone to give his or her best shot in terms of discussions and way forward as guided by the agenda. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I think we continue with the agenda. And what is coming next is the minutes. That Mr. Secretary, do you want us to take us just through?
Sure.
Yeah, but just en block per page, not really.
Sure.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. We're looking at the minutes of our previous meeting, which was held on 23rd April. With the permission of the chair, I want to share so that honorable members are able to follow. In terms of the minutes, Chair, right. The first section relates to members that were present. If honorable members have any comments, they could submit those, but it shows that we had 10 out of the 15-member parliaments. We also have had resource persons, the agenda, the credentials, adoption of the agenda, the opening remarks, 4.0 consideration of minutes of the previous meeting, 5.0 matters arising from the minutes, 5.1 funding of SADC PF election observation missions by national parliaments, 5.2 relates to resource mobilization for program implementation, 5.3 need to reform legal frameworks governing elections to align with the SADC model law on elections, 5.4 update on the transformation of the SADC PF into a SADC parliament, 6.0 presentations and deliberations on the theme, 6.1 introductory note on the model law by the DGHR chairperson, 6.2 expert presentation on the importance of prison oversight to protect prison rights and ensure accountable prison institutions by a resource person, a judge of the Supreme Court from Malawi. 6.3 speaks to video presentations and commentary by judges. 7.0 committee deliberations and recommendations to the 57th plenary. And 8.0 official closing, and 8.2 closing remarks by the chairperson of the committee, and that concludes the minutes of the committee chair.
Thank you, Secretary. Over to you, ladies and gentlemen. With regards to matters arising, but I would
Oh, the minutes.
ladies and gentlemen, the minutes have been read to us, although not word by word, but en bloc. And we would want to have people proposing for their adoption or otherwise. I see Angola.
Eu proponho a adoção da ata, porque ela traduz fielmente aquilo que tratamos na última reunião.
Thank you, Angola. And a second, Zimbabwe, please.
Yes, I move to second the minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next would be obviously to give the House for their input in terms of matters arising, but I would rather, for ease of reference, ask that our secretary gives us an overview of action taken in respect of each matter item appearing on the minutes. That will help us see whether, well, unless there are other like technical issues that can be raised, but for substantive issues, the secretary would do us a good service if he went through the resolutions and actions taken. So, Secretary, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. The main decisions that were taken, the first one relates to the decision on the need to encourage national parliaments to allocate resources in their operational budgets for election observation missions to ensure the continued deployment of parliamentary EOMs, given their crucial role in promoting democratic elections and monitoring the implementation of the SADC model law on elections. We note that in terms of status, there has been no progress, simply because despite the efforts to implement the resolution by the Secretariat writing to national parliaments, first of all, to inform them about the decision, but secondly, to also encourage them to allocate resources from operational budgets towards election observation missions. There's been little progress made, and we have not been able to deploy parliamentary missions since the last one we deployed in Angola in 2023. Honorable Sebastião, the last elections in Angola were in 2023? Yes. So that was the last election observation mission where we were able to deploy. The second one, there was a resolution regarding the need to integrate snapshot surveys as tools to strengthen data-driven advocacy and evidence-based decision-making in advancing electoral reforms across the region, and for the committee members to facilitate the timely completion by national parliaments to enhance regional reporting on domestication and implementation of model laws. One of the things that honorable members would have seen during this meeting is that we are working on integrating surveys through the Mentimeter, where it becomes part of the custom to give honorable members an opportunity to respond to those surveys. Our hope is that when we become used to that, it will be easier in instances where we then request you to facilitate the responses by national parliaments on set specific subject matters that we may need information on. You will recall that, honorable members, what had happened was that last time we did surveys, which we sent to national parliaments, and the discussion was that maybe it's an opportunity for also to get our members at national level to be leading certain initiatives. If you are engaging with the speaker and the parliament to say, let's respond to a survey, for instance, that is speaking to the domestication of the model law on elections, you can come to the committee and be actively submitting, making submissions. One of what informed that thinking was, it's good to have resource persons coming to speak to us, but maybe it's even better if honorable members are also able to come and speak to each other, sharing the country experiences. So if the surveys were responded to in adequate numbers, would help with the analysis and also then help with to facilitate members to present, and after which we can consolidate and give a regional outlook in terms of where we are. So our first attempt with the surveys was that bad. We didn't get any traction at all, because often we, as honorable members, we see this as a responsibility of desk officers. And those desk officers, once they go back home and are not focusing on plenary, they also sometimes get busy with their everyday work. And that's how we were not able to succeed. So we have started, as I said, integrating the use of surveys. The intention is for this to become normal, and for us to give that opportunity for members to begin to speak authoritatively on these issues. First of all, articulating country positions, but more importantly, owning the decisions of the committee and the plenary, including the model laws. If the model law on election has to be to remain active, it has to be through the members of this committee, because you are the ones that developed that model law. So that is the thinking and the framework, Honorable Chair. The third decision speaks to the need for the Secretariat to keep mobilizing resources to support the implementation of program activities to enhance SADC-PF's role and visibility in promoting democracy, governance, and human rights in the SADC region. In essence, the decision speaks to mobilizing resources to facilitate the activities of this committee. And on this, Chair, we are proposing to make a substantive presentation on a 2-year project that we have raised the resources that needs to be implemented by this committee, working closely with the Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement, and Youth Development. On Monday, when we had the official opening, you saw we had the Austrian ambassador to South Africa and SADC. She was here because the Austrian development agents has committed 90% of the 1.4 million euro that has been given to SADC-PF to implement activities. The other 10% is coming from the European Union, and the funding is being channeled through GIZ, the German Development Corporation regional office in Gaborone. And I would want to make a presentation to the committee members so that you know the activities that are coming. When we need support, we will then be leaning on members to support that process. One of the activities that is planned under the project is the development of another model law, the model law on constitutionalism and the rule of law. So this will make the second model law that would have been developed by the forum through this committee. And as I said, Chair, we'll seek the opportunity to make a substantive presentation on the project I submit.
Thank you, our Honorable Secretary. Over to you, the House. If there is anything arising, but whatever you want to raise, it must be in tandem, although not necessarily, but take cognizance of actions that have been taken in respect of previous committee work. Anybody with anything? I'll start page 1. Sorry?
Is that the resolutions? Because I want to speak on resolution 1.
You want a response or you want to react to resolution 1? Okay, let's do this. We will go to the resolutions after, because 1 and 2, I think that's where we might have to make some input in. But let's follow this let's follow the minute. Yeah, South Africa.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I thought the minutes were adopted, and arising from the minutes, we are dealing with matters arising. So therefore, I suspect procedurally, my neighbor, Honorable Paul, was in order to deal with the matters arising point on number 1. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. We can continue that way. But it really wasn't denying her the right to respond, or the right to her or any one of us to respond to the resolutions. But I was just making, so for instance, on page 1, there might be, hey, so-and-so was there. Why is he not there? Etc., etc. But for be that as it may, can we hear your neighbor, Honorable Whip?
It's just a river that is parting us. Chairperson, honorable members, I'm on resolution 1. As far as I'm concerned, our speakers are the head of delegations to the SADC Parliamentary Forum. And I do not know whether we have taken it up already with them, because national parliaments, the legislatures, is under their own ambit as the speakers. And what do they say regarding this failed deployment of members to countries who have elections? We are sitting here, Tanzania have elections, we just hear things. We don't have first-hand information in SADC PF, which should not be the case. It's a very serious matter. So after these elections of Tanzania, maybe, we might be sent back to Tanzania for another election observer mission, of which we do not have first-hand information, which is not a good thing. We are talking about Madagascar as well. We were not in Madagascar to observe elections and to have a first-hand of what could have transpired in Madagascar. So I do not know whether SADC PF have taken it up with the speakers already, that this is not a good trend that we are following now of not having observer missions at the elections. And what was their responses as the custodians of the legislature? I so sorry, Chairperson. Don't be bothered by the voice. That voice have worked very hard this week.
Thank you for that observation and concern. Actually, that was the essence of that resolution, that things should not happen behind our backs. Then that would mean our presence as a committee doesn't mean anything. So what I can say, and maybe the secretary will help, this matter was raised, I wouldn't say per country, but by implication, the countries know this matter was raised and discussed during plenary. And it's a question of resources in some cases, or it's some question of will, political will, and commitment. And maybe my learned secretary can expand on that one. In fact, it's a gray area. It remains a gray area. The remarks on action taken means it remains a gray area. I don't know whether this House might add their voice and say what over and above what was clearly articulated here. But Secretary, please.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Honourable Member, for raising this. I think this is important. Members that have been with the committee long enough, like Honourable Sebastião, will know and understand how far we have moved. And members that have been long enough with SADC PF, including being treasurer, like Honorable Magagula, also know that this has been a matter that has constantly been on the agenda. And this committee, because of the mandate of that includes the role of parliaments in advocating for electoral reforms, including through the domestication of the model law on elections, means that it's a matter that you need to provide guidance and leadership on to SADC PF. So if you look at the discussion that took place last meeting of the committee, the first issue that is highlighted was the issue that parliaments have already indicated that they were facing financial constraint. The Secretary General, every time when there's an election, writes to the countries that are holding elections to request where they would not have actively received the invitation to observe. So we receive the invitation, and then we plan as Secretariat, because we plan as if we are going, like we did in Angola, where we went last in 2023. 2022, okay. Then we last minute, so what will happen in practice is that one or two countries will confirm that we will participate. We prepare, waiting for others to come on board. Last minute, we realize that we don't have a quorum. And we must, first of all, cancel and disappoint the countries that would have nominated members and committed resources. But more importantly, disappoint the stakeholders, including the electoral commissions, all the stakeholders would have sometimes gone through the process of preparing for accreditation, and last minute, we are unable to honor that. I have a friend's family where there was a planned marriage that failed last minute. For reasons that I may not go into detail about. But this was a marriage that failed when the families were planning for the wedding. So, and the fallout happened very close to the wedding. And as a result, there were service providers that were already engaged but not yet paid. Some had delivered chairs which were not going to be used because there was no marriage and there was no wedding anymore. So SADC PF puts itself in that situation where we raise the expectation of stakeholders by saying we are coming. And we look at the history of SADC PF in election observation, necessarily because, first of all, you are political leaders of the region. The way you would address political issues during election observation is different from the way other election observation missions would do so. Because in essence, election observation is actually an extension of the oversight responsibility. Because in reality, elections are organized by agencies of the state which fall under the oversight mandate or ambit of parliament. But more importantly, because of your historical role, honorable members that may be new to the committee may need a reminder that the SADC Parliamentary Forum started deploying parliamentarians to observe elections in 1999. And in 2001, parliamentarians adopted the region's first normative framework on elections, the norms and standards for elections in the SADC region, which actually became a useful guidance in the region in terms of how election standards were building in the SADC region. And in 3-4 years later, in 2004, that's when SADC adopts the SADC principles and guidelines governing democratic elections. And when that happened, one of the conversations that was happening was, when you looked at the first principles and guidelines of 2004, they had missed a number of things that were already a practice in the region. And that's when the conversations of saying, let's revise the principles and guidelines to align them to what was already happening, which was captured in the norms and standards, started. And parliamentarians were involved through this committee in the revision of the SADC principles and guidelines governing democratic elections, leading to the adoption of the 2015 revised principles and guidelines. And it was on the basis of the revised principles and guidelines that this committee then motivated to the plenary assembly and said, can we assist the region to harmonize the legal frameworks with the revised principles and guidelines through the development of the SADC model law on elections? So being unable to observe elections or to send members to observe, as the honorable member who raised the issue said, means that all that becomes missed opportunity. Because you would have to rely on secondary data for you to motivate for certain things to be done around the model laws. When you look at the situation that is happening in the region, things are unfolding. And you have to either rely on the media, or where we are privileged enough to have colleagues from the SADC Secretariat to come and interact with the committee, we may get information. Or sometimes after the SADC election observer mission has issued a statement, you can at least look at that statement and say we have an official SADC position, but it is not the same as where parliamentarians have deployed and have been in the field and have experienced the elections. So the issue is not just about the reputational risk of cancelling missions last minute. It is more substantively about slowly being cut out of the things that historically actually give us character and that we are known for. When you observe elections, one of the things that happen is that citizens of the region see their political leaders advancing democracy and pushing for the things that they want spoken about or acted upon. And that opportunity is no longer there. So the question of, have we spoken to the speakers? As the Honorable Chair said, the essence of this resolution, which was in the minutes and also was contained in the report that went to plenary, was precisely to do that. Because when you say national parliaments use your operational budgets to fund elections, that speaks to the speakers who are leaders of delegations. The country report for the last plenary had that specific question to say, is there commitment, are parliaments able to? And the answer in the majority is that at this juncture, we are unable to do that because of issues of resource constraints. And therefore, what we can do and have done as Secretariat is that when you look at the projects that we are going to present on, we have put some resources towards domestication of the model law on elections in selected countries, looking at the election cycle, but also bearing in mind the fact that we may not have the resources to cover all the countries. And that obviously means we are leaving some countries outside, and that is not the most desirable. I submit, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Secretary. Actually, we are on matters arising. What the honorable member raised speaks to page 3, which is 5.1, and maybe to some extent to 5.2. Let's take it note. It's noted that we are concerned that we are not moving anywhere on those issues. So it's pertinent, absolutely right, that this matter be flagged as one requiring action, something more than just what we're being told. Yes, I recognize Zimbabwe, but I was just saying to give some comfort on the pertinent question she has raised. If you look at item 3, that's where that concern might be answered. But I hope when we have the presentation of that project there, we are not saying it is the Messiah, because I think yesterday or the other day we were very strong as a meeting, joint meeting, that we don't have to rely on sponsorships. There must be a way of something. Well, if the sponsorship is availed, like it looks like it will be availed, how we will utilize it, that's the question. But then it is maintenance and sustainability that matters, not relying on external funding, which is dwindling, fatigued these days. With that, the Zimbabwe.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I want to comment on this one because I think the executive saw as there are some duplications, because as you know that SADC sent some observer missions to member countries. So here we are saying of SADC Parliamentary Forum. And SADC as a bloc sends members to observe elections. So they see, because here we are saying member parliaments must finance. Why can't we, as SADC Parliament Forum, take this responsibility? And when we are having some contribution from member parliaments, then we in fact, that is the cost. We have the budget for our members, that if there are some elections that are going to come, then we have a budget that is being run by SADC PF, not to get money from member parliaments. Because if we continue expecting that member parliaments are going to finance for its members, I don't think we will be able to go to observe these elections. That is my comment.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I think we're all agreed we're hitching a snake on this one. And it may be an item we would want to look at deeper, make it concrete and stronger recommendations. But I remember a similar, shall I say, similar sentiments were expressed in our last meeting, that let this be burdened on but the word burden is too strong, but let it be the responsibility of the forum rather than member states. Member states are likely to have this and that question, let alone crying like crybabies on financial constraints. But let's come back to it and discuss it and have some concrete recommendations about it. Maybe Secretary, as part of our decisions. But it's been explained, it has been a dilemma for a long time. South Africa, your hand was up.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, I wanted to make input, but noting that there is a discussion on priority protocols under revised SADC principles and guidelines governing democratic elections. I suspect this could cover the concerns that honorable members are raising, because it is correct that there has been a challenge in relation to costs by members of SADC PF. So if my understanding is correct, maybe we could wait for this secretary to give an update in terms of this revised principles on democratic elections. Thank you, Chair.
Agreed, correct. I totally agree with you. Let's see when that time comes and see how we can talk to you that. Anything arising? That any other matter? As I'm going page by page, page 4, the update on transformation. We were briefed, I wouldn't say adequately, but we definitely were briefed on this one. Anything there on page 4? 5, No. 6, I see none. 7, none. 8, no observations. And that concludes it. With that, ladies and gentlemen, the minutes are adopted. Is that the way? Yeah.
We need to deal with the issue of the presentation, which forms part of the arise on the project.
Yes, that now concludes the item on matters arising. But we have taken note of the fact that the meeting, this committee has taken serious view and is very much concerned about the issue of observer missions. And hopefully we will address it when the presentation on that subject is made. Thank you very much. And I don't know how we're doing on time. What is the next item? Oh, yeah, this is done. Yeah. I believe so that we don't lose the momentum. Our secretary here will now make the presentation that we are all aspiring to hear, and maybe to help us, rescue us from this quagmire. Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Chair. I sincerely would have wished that the project would rescue us from the quagmire. It definitely will make its fair share of the contribution, but it may not necessarily be able to resolve all the problems. We're going to make a presentation on the project, honorable members. One of the things that we want to request is that see yourselves as the ambassadors of the project. One of the things that happen with these projects, when we do evaluations, usually members will remember that we did activities, but will not remember under which project. So when evaluators come, they will ask about this project, and members sometimes will remotely remember, or they may remember certain activities but not remember the project. 1, 2, because the project is under the committee, you are the ambassadors of the project. So for the next 2 years, we want you to, or we appeal to you to be intimately involved or to take active interest. So that sometimes you even ask, where are we with these activities under that project? So that you own that process and are able to explain to your other committee members who are in SADC PF but not in the committee, but even to other members in your national parliaments who may want to know what we are doing, including through the project. So as I mentioned, the project is entitled Enhancing Accountability and Citizen Participation in Regional Integration through Regional Parliament. So it has 2 elements. Enhancing accountability. So part of the work that we are doing is to strengthen your oversight role, strengthening your lawmaking role for purposes of ensuring accountability. Then the second element relates to citizen participation. Yes. So, honorable members, the chair is just reminding me to say, can I relate to the presentation in terms of the program? This is part of our matters arising because we are updating you on the activities we are undertaking. First of all, in terms of fundraising. So we will emerge from this meeting confirming that we have actually secured the resources, 1.4 million euro, and that we will have activities linked to that project, which is the progress that we are making. So when we are done with matters arising, then we are going to look at the protocols, and our colleague from the SADC Secretariat will come in. So as we conclude the presentation on the project, we are concluding the matters arising. Thank you, Chair, for that guidance. And as I indicated earlier, and as you can see on the presentation, so the project is being funded by Austrian development agents through the Austrian Development Corporation. Then there is co-funding from the European Union, and this is being done through GIZ, the regional office. We remind honorable members in terms of the bit of a history. So what happened was that our collaboration with the GIZ, it started in 2012, particularly in terms of supporting the activities of the Committee on Democratization, Governance and Human Rights. This culminated in support that was directed to us reorganizing SADC-PF standing committees to align with the SADC sectors. Our committees were not always aligned to the SADC sectors. The DG committee is one of those where probably in terms of nomenclature, we do not exactly mirror the SADC, the corresponding or the relatable SADC sector, which is the one on the politics on and the organ on politics, defense and security cooperation. But the rest of the committees are aligned in terms of name to the SADC sectors, and this happened under that funding. That funding also was what helped us to repeal the old rules of procedure to adopt the current one, to position us to be ready for the transformation to be the SADC Parliament. When you look at the transformation, it is important to take note that it is transformation and not necessarily establishment. So we could have established a SADC Parliament, but we are transforming SADC-PF to be the SADC Parliament. So part of the resources that came from GIZ helped us to be able to structure by adopting the rules of procedure that are relatable to a regional parliament, have committees that meet like the regional parliament will do. Even the way we were meeting before we adopted those rules, we're having our meetings in a conference style. When we meet now, if someone is coming from outside and they don't know, they can't tell that we are not a regional parliament, the way we conduct our business. So that's what part of the funding that came from GIZ helped us to do. Then we had the project that concluded in 2020, where we were focusing on the strengthening collaboration with non-state actors. Then we had a project that it spilled into 2020, but it had started from 2014. Then we had a project that ran from 2019 to 2023 through the same GIZ funding. That is where we were able, for instance, to develop the principles and guidelines for parliaments in promoting human rights. That's where we were able to develop the model law on elections. That's where we were also able to develop a framework for youth involvement in the work of the committee, including the issues of public hearings. So in short, I'm saying our journey with GIZ, with this committee, has been consistent, and the resources coming through the Austrian development agents. Initially, that funding was coming through an organization that was called AWEPA, European Parliaments for Africa. Then it closed, and then GIZ came on board. If you look at the resources, the project, in terms of resources, I already mentioned that it is a total of 1.4 million euro. That is going to, the activity is going to be implemented over 2 years. And of that 1.4 million, 90% is coming from ADA, the other 10% from the European European Union. If you look at the main objective, or what we call the theory of change or intervening logic, the project assumes that strengthened SADC PF structures will contribute to enhancing inclusive governance, citizen participation in regional policy making. It will also promote peaceful and inclusive societies and foster effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions in the SADC region. So in essence, the activities are centered on strengthening you as a committee, strengthening SADC PF through the committee. And when we have strengthened SADC PF, we should be able to see results where we see inclusion, we promote peace, and we are able to be more efficient in terms of accountability. Sorry. Okay. So when you look at the project in terms of its outcomes, it is focusing on competencies and capacities of SADC PF for implementing SADC's legal and strategic framework, and these being strengthened. So it is elements where we are looking at SADC PF internally in terms of strengthening our policies, but also in terms of the interventions that we are doing externally. Amongst these, we are looking at being able to track the model laws that we have adopted. First of all, the model law on elections primarily, but there are also other model laws that have not necessarily been developed by the committee, but that are linked to the outcomes that, or the work that we are doing. As you know that, for instance, our mandate includes the elements of rights. When we approach elections, we need to look at issues of electoral rights. And that's what the project is seeking to strengthen, so that we are able to track progress that is being made in terms of tracking. So in this regard, we actually are targeting to have engaged at least 3 parliaments to be able to domesticate the model law on elections. And cumulatively, by the time we finish, so this is per year, and cumulatively by the time we finish the project, we ought to have covered at least 6 parliaments or activities that are linked to the domestication of the model law. One of the things that run across the project is the issue of gender. So it is gender is a cross-cutting issue. Whether we are doing model law on constitutionalism, we need to remember the issues of gender equality in terms of inclusion. Whether we are looking at SADC PF itself internally, in terms of our structures, our processes. So the first output looks at strengthening SADC PF's internal organizational capacities. So we are going to develop or review our policies using the resources. One of those relates to the issue of data governance, including issues of privacy. We currently do not have a framework that relates to data governance, including the issue of privacy. So when we come to these meetings, for instance, the rights of individuals allow them, for instance, to say, I do not wish to have my photos taken for without my consent. So the procedures of doing that would be captured through this framework. We also are looking at strengthening our policies that are related to issues of ethics, human resource policies, financial management, and the project will actually be financing. So that aspect speaks to strengthening the internal capacity of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. Then the output 2 looks at SADC PF implementing initiatives to mainstream the regional strategic indicative development plan 2020 to 2030 priorities in SADC member states. So we are looking at least one new gender responsive model law, which is the model law that I spoke about. Then we also are looking at 3 normative frameworks reflecting key aspects of the RISDP are domesticated. So we are also going to look at domestication. So it's good that we are going to have a presentation that looks at the SADC protocols that we are prioritizing as a committee. So we will have to then look at how do we domesticate and be able to report progressively in terms of how we would have implemented that project. Then output 3 speaks to SADC PF's capacity to support gender equality and women empowerment in the SADC region is strengthened. And in terms of this output, the indicator is SADC PF and its committees conduct regional policy engagement on gender equality and women empowerment within the SADC region. We also are going to look at 75% of participants of the SADC PF skill development program for women with at least a scale of 6 in terms of 1 to 10. The other aspect relates to the role of regional civil society in monitoring implementation of the RISDP and Vision 2050, where we are going to have engagement with civil society organizations as we do in our activities. When we do the model laws, for instance, when we are developing, we do consultations for legitimation and ownership. Another important one, we also are going to strengthen our collaboration with the Electoral Commissions Forum for SADC countries. The Electoral Commissions Forum is a forum for all electoral commissions of the SADC region because they are the managers of elections in the region. If parliamentarians must be effective in domesticating the model law on elections, we need to work with the electoral commissions. And we already have a memorandum of understanding So they are actually also going to be, when they are proposing legal reforms related to elections in the countries, be benchmarking them on the model law that we have developed. So in terms of the main activities, and possibly this is what is important at a glance for the honorable members, we will focus on one, development and adoption of internal policy on data protection. It's something that I already spoke about, the issue of data governance. So we make sure that this will help SADC-PF first of all to be compliant in terms of rights-based approach. Secondly, in terms of averting risks that are linked to objections that may come in cases where there are violations. Then we have the revision of existing internal policies that relates to governance, ethics, and financial management. So all these are about internal. Then one of the things that is also going to happen under the project, we are going to develop a results framework for the project. What I should have pointed out, honorable members, is that the project will include positions that are project positions. We will have a monitoring and evaluation consultant. We will have a gender expert who will work on a part-time basis, 10 days in a month. Then we'll have an intern who will be part of the project staff, and they are going to be recruited through GIZ. Then we also are going to develop a monitoring and evaluation system for the SADC Parliamentary Forum Strategic Plan. As you know that we have a strategic plan running through 2024 to 2028. As part of strengthening SADC-PF's capacity, the project will cover that as well. Then it will also cover the mid-term evaluation of the SADC-PF strategic plan. That will also be covered under the project. Then the other activities: conduct capacity workshop on democracy, governance, and human rights for staff of national parliaments drawn from committees, research, procedures, and legal services. Because the staff are important in terms of providing technical support to the members. Then it also supports the hosting of the joint task team, SADC-PF's participation in the joint task team on the transformation. When Dennis was presenting, the colleague from SADC Secretariat was presenting on the transformation, he mentioned the fact that the summit decision also included a decision to establish a joint task team to support the implementation of the roadmap on the transformation. So, but there is the project will support that. It will also support where we may need advocates, lobbying and advocates for the ratification of the protocol on the SADC Parliament. We also have integrated collaborative public lectures with universities on awareness regarding the SADC-PF and the transformation. Then it will also have knowledge sharing and benchmarking with other regional parliaments. So we will have, as part of the activities, interaction with other regional economic communities assemblies. Then we will also put some of the resources towards visibility, where we do our media. Then it will also cover issues of partnership and stakeholder meetings. The model law, I already mentioned the issue of the model law on constitutionalism and the rule of law, the entire steps until we adopt. It's also covered. Chair, maybe it's a reminder that we can break for tea. Chair, I could go on and on, but I think for me, what is of essence is first of all to let the members know that we have secured resources, we are going to implement these activities. And at every turn, we will inform you. What we seek from you is what can I do in the parliament or in my individual capacity to support the successful implementation of the project, because it is your project. I submit the presentations are in all the three languages on the project, and they are available for the members' input. And we actually started the first activity. So the training that we are getting from the SADC Secretariat on the protocols is one of the first activities we are implementing under the project, where we are building the capacity of members on regional integration. So if you want to see the value of the project, I'm sure many of you were saying, we really have appreciated the submissions that have come from the Secretariat. It was possible because of that project. Chair, let me end here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Secretary, for that resume on a very typical and critical subject. We normally say, that's my view, maybe the view of the House, that if we talk observations, that's democracy. We see that democracy is not seen to be done, but is done. And it can only be this committee. So what I'm driving at, this is a core subject for our committee. And now we should be going for tea. I don't think it would be doing justice if we said any reactions to the presentation, the brief presentation by the secretary. I know when we come back, we're supposed to come back at 11:30. We will be getting on another subject, but perhaps for 5 to 10 minutes, if there are follow-ups, reactions to what the esteemed secretary has presented, if that won't corrupt our agenda.
It doesn't, Chair. The tea is ready. We can choose to go for tea and then have questions before we enter into the next presentation, or we dispense with questions, go for tea and come back to proceed. It's at the discretion of the members.
What's the view, Whip?
We are at the mercy of the chairperson.
Let's go for tea. What we're supposed to go, it was supposed to be 30 minutes.
11.
Yeah, it's 11. It is past 11 now. Yeah, we come at 11:30. Yes? Yeah. Okay. Can I call the meeting to order? Ladies and gentlemen, we can continue. They will find us, those who still have not made it. But I think we're almost here. We will recall that when we left or when we adjourned, the Honorable Secretary had made a presentation on what I consider as one of the critical core business for this committee. If we talk elections, that's democracy. So we need to do justice to that responsibility, to ourselves, to our countries, to our fellow citizens. Obviously, there might be reactions. 10 minutes so that we give way to the next agenda item. But so far, so good. I think we're making progress and we are spot on our responsibility as a democracy and governance system committee. Anyone wanting to make an intervention? The question is, how can we make sure that we do participate in observer missions? The secretary has alluded how we might do that, but I'm not sure if it's sustainable. That will be the question. But let's hear Kenneth.
Thank you, Chairperson, for the opportunity granted to me, and also allow me to also express my appreciation from the presentation as laid before us by the secretary in terms of the need to strengthen our work in relations to observer mission. It is quite clear from the presentation that we started on a good note when the program started, and the fact that today we are where we were 10 years ago, I don't think it is a good advertisement for the work of SADC PF. We know that the difficulty and the quagmire that is confronting the efficiency and effectiveness of the participation of member states in the observer mission is the issue of cost. And I suspect there has been a vacillation between the need for the forum to carry the cost, which I suspect also the exorbitant nature of it could be an issue, because now in most cases it will be the cost for a month, and therefore from our previous participation, we know that in the past, Honorable Mutara used to do it, and the country Parliament was carrying the cost. But it is quite clear that then there were issues around the cost, which to a larger degree took the steam out of our efficiency and effectiveness in terms of our project and program. So the attempt by SADC PF to carry the cost also, I think, to a larger degree, because of the exorbitant nature, impacted negatively on our purse. So I suspect we'll have to look to again re-look at putting more emphasis on our member state to be able to effectively ensure that there is adequate budgeting with a degree to ensure that where there are challenges, then the started PF could come in. But I think the starting point should be, let us impress upon our parliaments to be able to effectively budget for this. We know it is a challenge, but at the same time, we cannot, again, transport or export those exorbitant costs to the forum, because we'll collapse it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, South Africa. The neighbor, I think. Sorry. I would rather, because we're not so many, we take the questions and we'll attempt to respond. We can't guarantee they will give you right responses. The responses lie with us all here. Okay, South Africa, Namibia.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, honorable members. I would agree with my neighbor from across the Orange River regarding the cost effectiveness of this exercise. It's a lot of money. Now, I do not know whether SADC PF has done that, but doing an audit on the countries who have participated always, who did not participate, and looking at what and understand it, what are the shortcomings? There might be shortcomings that we are not aware of, and just say that member states don't want to participate or cannot participate due to financial constraints. But I would want SADC PF to probably state by state do an audit and advise thereafter. Because we must also take each other along as we are moving forward. There might be shortcomings that I will not be talking about, but there might be shortcomings that you will pick up if you come to my country. And from there, we categorize and look at how we could assist and move forward. Because we cannot leave each other every time. We must even take the smallest country wherever we go without any finances. But how do we arrive there? And how do we take them along moving forward. I so submit, Chairperson. I don't know whether I'm making sense.
Thank you, Namibia. I believe Zimbabwe has a burning intervention.
Yeah, it's not a banning, but it's just an intervention. Thank you, Chair. Let's take an example when we go for our plenary. We hear that there are some countries that have not paid their monies, but they appear at the plenary. How can you expect such countries to pay for their members to or to go for that is for election observations, whilst they are unable to pay that is to the SADC PF? I think this issue of poor observation must be in the hands of the SADC PF, where they must find a way, or it might be in the subscriptions. They put a certain fee or percentage in the subscription of a member state, so that it will be easier for the SADC PF to send an observation members to where to send that is members for observation mission. I thank you.
My friend, Angola.
Senhor Presidente, caros colegas, essa questão da participação nas observações eleitorais é um assunto que já se arrasta há algum tempo a esta parte. É verdade, sim, que inicialmente tivemos uma participação mais presente. É verdade, sim, que inicialmente nós tivemos uma participação mais presente por parte dos países e os seus respectivos parlamentos. Eu tenho alguma dificuldade em entender, por vezes, a aludida falta de recursos. No meu entender, nós temos os mecanismos necessários para que, minimamente, o fórum possa estar representado nessas observações eleitorais. O problema que se coloca é que as dificuldades que se dizem estão a dois níveis, digamos assim. Uma coisa é a participação do fórum, portanto, do secretariado como tal, e a participação dos parlamentos membros como tal. Eu não sei como é que os outros parlamentos estão organizados, mas julgo que cada um de nós, ao vir para estas atividades do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, o respectivo parlamento assegura com alguma importância a participação dos seus deputados. Ora, e essa importância tem muito a ver com o número de dias da missão. Penso que seja assim a nível dos parlamentos nacionais. O problema colocar-se-ia a nível do secretariado do nosso fórum parlamentar, a sua participação. Porque há despesas que o secretariado tem de realizar para a participação exitosa. E aí temos que pôr mãos ao velho problema das cotas. É fundamental que criemos mecanismos, e nós vimos a bater nisso já há algum tempo, no sentido de todos os parlamentos paguem efetivamente as suas cotas. E esses mecanismos devem ser no sentido de que, se determinado parlamento não tiver as suas cotas em dia, ele tem de ser sancionado. Ou não tem direito à palavra, ou não tem direito à participação em alguns atos, não pode votar, etc, etc. São mecanismos que se utilizam internacionalmente para obrigar os membros a terem as suas cotas em dia. Porque, se assim não for, nós teremos uns parlamentos a sustentar, em certa medida, a organização e outros parlamentos a usufruir do esforço financeiro de outros países. Portanto, é urgente que se tomem medidas em relação à problemática das cotas. Se assim nós agirmos, estamos convencidos que nós poderemos ter alguma vontade para que possamos estar presentes em determinadas observações eleitorais. Não é necessário que todos os países, que todos os parlamentos estejam presentes nas observações eleitorais, porque há outras organizações, quer a nível do governo, que também participam a nível dos países. E, portanto, a nossa participação é um complemento mais, em que nós devemos estar minimamente representados por, sei lá, 3, 4 parlamentos, no sentido de que o fórum possa estar presente nessas observações eleitorais. Tenho dito. Muito obrigado.
Thank you, Angola. Next is the TRC.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, pour la parole. Moi, j'ai une question. Pour nos élections en 2023, j'ai vu un groupe de personnes de la SADC. Je voudrais savoir si c'était des parlementaires de la SADC qui sont venus à Kinshasa pour la mission d'observation ou bien c'était un autre organisme de la SADC. C'est déjà une question. Parce que si c'est un groupe de parlementaires de la SADC qui ont pu y mettre les pieds, j'ai vu que leur rôle était juste axé sur la commission électorale. Je ne pense pas qu'ils ont été sur le terrain, je crois qu'ils étaient uniquement à la commission électorale. Donc, je voulais savoir si il s'agissait bien des parlementaires du forum. Alors, en ce qui concerne la question des financements, je rejoins un peu l'idée de l'honorable du Zimbabwe. Effectivement, il y a certains États déjà qui traînent les pieds quand il s'agit de payer les contributions. Alors, je les vois mal, enfin, je pense en tout cas la RDC, je les vois mal intervenir encore pour appuyer les observateurs des élections, hein, voilà, donc les parlementaires pour être observateurs au niveau des élections dans d'autres pays. Je pense plutôt que, comme c'est une question qui regarde surtout notre commission, il faudrait peut-être essayer de voir avec d'autres soutiens supplémentaires pour cette question-là, trouver d'autres donateurs qui puissent nous soutenir pour ce problème lié à la question des observations au niveau pendant les élections. Voilà, merci.
Thank you, Jersey. It's the kingdom in the sky, is it?
Thank you, Chair. I don't know, since yes, it's the kingdom in the sky. But me visiting the SADC PF, I think I've learned quite a whole lot. One thing that is worrying me is decisions that seem to be non-binding to countries. We can recommend things, but rather things don't seem to be a bit binding. There's one individual countries just decide whether to do it or not. And then there's always this excuse about funds and everything else. But rather when it comes to other trips on maybe other agenda, you'd find that funds get to be availed. But then on issues that have to do with SADC, PF and others, which I assume are a bit binding for parliamentarians, then funds become to be a problem. I think this comes from, erects from the issue raised by Honorable Paula regarding this issue of fundings and speakers being aware of these elections and all, but you'd find that every time we're told, no, funds are not available, but if you look at speakers, conferences and everything, they're always there. They're attending. But as for situations that are very critical for the backbenchers, I'll say that, parliamentarians, then funds become a problem. However, SADC has around 16 member states. And like the honorable member from Angola said, it's not it's not every country that can participate in every elections happening within our member states. But I think it would also help to have something like a roster from the SADC PF side, whereby this roster states that this particular year, 2020, okay, let me say 2026 because 25 is ending. 2026, we have so many countries going for elections. And with this particular countries going for elections, Lesotho, Namibia, Zambia, you'll be going to this particular country. And then we have another second country going, and then there's a roster that is clearly outlining which countries are to participate there. So that, I know it looks like a name and shame kind of vibe, because now when we're coming back to the plenary, most definitely the report will be clearly stating that the allocated countries, here are the allocated countries, and here are the countries that attended on this particular election day in this country. So it might help, but the fact that it's not binding also. And also it helps because they will get probably the roster a year before, so that while they are doing their budgets, then they will include that when the roster is issued a year before elections that particular year. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Lesotho. No, we can't leave you, Mauritius. Can we? Are you okay?
I just wanted to stress, if you allow me, Chair, I just wanted to stress on the fact that having SADC members for elections is crucial in our region. Otherwise, we always tend to have organizations which are outside Africa, which very often come with yardsticks from Western countries, from Asian countries, and they try to apply it and judge electoral processes in our region. So basically, I suggest that indeed you can count on me at that local level to push for such budget. But yes, I would like to stress with our fellow friends here that having SADC members for to supervise elections is crucial for the credibility not only of our elections but also as a region, as a democratic region. It's very important and crucial. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. Thank you, honorable members, for your contribution on a very critical matter. I think listening to the reactions on this subject, the element of constraint, financial constraints, seems to be dominant. I'm not sure if from the interventions we were able to dominant. I'm not too sure if from the interventions we were able to come out with a solution. We cannot push, but obviously the secretary being the presenter and having the advantage of being at the forum, maybe can take us through what they think, what he thinks, and how they think at the forum. For instance, he may even have to refer, not in him as the secretary, but as a member of the forum, about what we raised in our joint meetings, that as long as we are not conspicuously known and shown on the organogram of SADC, we will continue to be left. But we are sure that once the transformation was was up and running, we were a parliament, because where I'm coming from, the troika, that's the practice. And maybe some SADC officials do attend observer missions. Maybe we're not known, I don't know. We need to know if we are known. Yes, we are known, but not under the table. Because if we are known above the table in the open, and I think we're a critical stakeholder. How do they do it for the Troika and SADC officials? Like DRC has said, in the scenario, DRC said she saw some MPs, but didn't know whether they were from our from SADC PF, or they were members of other committees or countries. You know, it's a very difficult one. I'm not sure, Courage, if you are able to say, let's carry this burden on you. How are you? I don't want to speak for you, but I don't want to personalize it to you as our secretary, because you are part of us. But there's been also a suggestion, I think Angola, that there should be a quota given for SADC PF to attend. Maybe that one is simple, but again, the funding, where does it come from? So far, we have a space of breathing, let alone that we have missed others with this generous sponsorship, but it's not going to last us. So I don't know, I'm just hallucinating. But I think the other consideration you could help us when it comes to operationalizing this funding project is whether we're talking this committee or any other MP member, because not that I'm saying that should be the case. The rotation, someone talked about rotation, a roster, that is correct. That is correct. But rotate amongst this committee or all the members, because that's the practice, in fact, in respect of hosting plenaries. We can adopt that one, that's okay. That's okay. But are we talking everyone, or we're talking this committee? But I thought, not necessarily supporting it, because we are equal, but bear in mind, some are more equal. I would think this committee is more equal than others, because this is a core responsibility of this committee. In other words, how do we tailor, design the roster to cover all SADC member MPs or the ones that form part of this committee? I don't know, Courage, it's a tough one. But all we are saying, we want to attend, either as SADC members or as this committee belonging to SADC. The finance, what would you want to say? Actually, this is a continuation, honorable members, of the presentation. We're just wanting to find out how we might. Thank you for the secretary for securing the funding, but it's not going to sustain us.
Mr. President, I wanted to pose one question before the secretary. I should have raised it before. You just said it bypassed my mind. Can I just raise it before the secretary comes to the floor? Through you, Chair. Yeah. Thank you. The question that I wanted to pose is in relation to monitoring and evaluation system for the implementation of the SADC PF strategic plan. The question is whether the Secretariat has looked at streamlining this monitoring and evaluation with a view to close the gaps that are that we find in the current MNE system, which we wish, if we do it, I suspect could help us in terms of assisting in resource management. That is the question that I want to pose. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that one. Courage, maybe. So we're not throwing anything to you.
No,
No, no.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Those who read the Bible will know of a story when Jesus apparently found his disciples sleeping when he had left them to pray. And 3 times it is said he went and he found them sleeping, and when he asked them, they said, the spirit is willing, but the body is weak. I was reminded of this analogy by the submission by Honorable Sebastian, and I lean on members like him because they've been here long enough. And he in his remarks, he started with a sentence that says, "This one has been a long-standing one." Yes, and listening to what honorable members have put in the basket, let me assure you that all that has been subject of resolutions. From where we were looking at streamlining the structure so that we are able to be more efficient with resources, and therefore agreed to say even the SADC secretariat staff that support missions must be streamlined to where we were only having 2 officers, where there was even a model that says let's lower the threshold in terms of the quorum for election observation, where we went down as far as 3-4 countries. All that was pursued and implemented, but we have landed where we are now. So I will try to, for the purposes of members that are new, so that you come on board, because like the chair said, as the committee, you are the owner of that responsibility on behalf of the forum. So if there must be decisions that must be made, even where we may make a decision to say this matter we have explored, we are not winning, let's pack it and proceed. That decision must come from the leadership of this committee. So it is important when you are speaking that we listen, so that first of all, we assist you to fill in the gap in terms of where previous decisions were made regarding certain issues that you are asking, so that we are all on the same page. So the first issue I wish to answer, Chair, is the question that was asked by DRC in terms of the fact that she saw SADC observers. Were these parliamentarians? The answer is no. SADC PF, as we mentioned, the last observation we were able to successfully undertake was in Angola. So the history is that SADC was deploying 2 observer missions. The one that is deployed through the Troika and the parliamentarians. Even at the time when SADC PF's request for transformation was being rejected, as Dennis presented the other day, that decision recognized and say, let the SADC Forum continue the good work it is doing in elections, in health. So there was recognition that even as negative as the matter was, they were pointing out to a role that had become synonymous with the SADC Parliamentary Forum. So it was not just historical, it was imminent, partly because when you look at the SADC structures, you are possibly the only structure that brings in members from the ruling and opposition parties. So you have that inherent capacity of diversity of views. And secondly, because you are politicians in your own right. So when you look at and Demnis can speak to this when he presents, when you look at the SADC observer missions through the Troika, at least historically, it was essentially officials from ministries being coordinated through the chair of the Troika, the organ Troika. When the revision of the principles and guidelines happened leading to its adoption from 2011, leading to its adoption in 2015, one of the things that was being addressed was the composition to broaden so that you are able to bring civil society and other role players such as electoral commissions, possibly even parliamentarians, as to the extent to which that is happening. That is a matter that the colleagues from the secretariat can talk about. But the fact that the SADC PF was deploying an all parliamentarians mission, where the parliamentarians were the ones doing the actual observation, was a matter that was accepted or at least recognized formally in SADC. So when now I go to the question where we're talking about maybe prioritizing countries on the basis of where we think there is more need. That question was also a subject of plenary discussion. And the overall principle that was stated was that the purpose of regional integration is for us to all PLN. So everyone must be observed. Secondly, there was also even one of the problems we had with donor funding in the later years before it eventually dried up. They were also picking certain countries, but not all the countries. And that too was pronounced to be problematic because then we were not losing the essence of the community, which is to cover everyone. And this also could be linked to the question where there was a proposal to say, can't we find alternative ways of funding? The reality is that there is no more interest in terms of donors, even before the latest shifts in geopolitics, to finance election observation. And that is why in recent years, you have seen us also paying equal attention to electoral reforms advocacy, including through the model law. So the funding which is in the project is not for election observation. It is for domestication of the model law on elections, which is more around your electoral reform advocacy. We went to Lesotho in, must have been 2019 or 2021, when there was the Reform Authority, 2021. We were in Lesotho in 2021. And through the parliament, SADC PF and the National Assembly brought in all the electoral stakeholders. And in that meeting, we were able to go through the model law and identified provisions in the model law that needed to be incorporated into the national law. When we left that two-day meeting, we had there was consensus amongst the stakeholders to include 21 provisions of the model law on elections into the national legal framework. So partly that is where our attention is shifting to, where we do not have resources to undertake election observation. And we see the potential of us making progress in facilitating domestication, but it remains desirable if we were able to deploy members to observe elections. Because it is not just in observing elections, it is not just in the solidarity that you build while you are in those missions. More importantly, it is also the learning, the peer learning that comes with it. When you say you understand a country and you don't understand its electoral system, we ask you, how genuinely do you know that country? That is linked even to the period, to the issue that Honorable Sebastião mentioned, the duration of those missions. Part of the question of legitimacy of election observer missions or criticism is that they parachute in and parachute out, but are very extensive in how they are pronouncing themselves on things that they've seen in 6 days. And incrementally, you have seen skepticism amongst stakeholders, including citizens, to say, what is the real value of election observation? So the question of having adequate resources to also allow for credible, ample time, so that when you are presenting your findings, first of all, they are verifiable based on what you have seen. Otherwise, you have to rely on third parties to get information, and sometimes that is also becomes contestable. So the question of rosters, we actually have a SADC election calendar, Honorable Ranzo, which is the basis of us even having the discussion we're having, where every year Secretary General writes to the countries that are holding elections and we get invitations to come and observe. There is amenability in the forum for us to say, if we have 3-4 countries that have confirmed, we can proceed. In recent times, we have not been able to have those 3-4 countries. At most, we have had 1 or 2, and we have had to cancel. And usually, you know what happens in Parliament. If Honorable Ndokwa is designated to be in an observer mission that is coming, and SADC PF has communicated, if there are other opportunities to participate in other activities, the Parliament of DRC will say, but we have already designated you to go to an observer mission, so you are not going to any other activity. Then eventually that activity is cancelled. You can see what it does. The level of inconvenience is not just at SADC PF level. It's individual members who, when they look at the secretariat, they are simply not happy, and I understand. I was looking forward to this mission. It was cancelled last minute, and you have no way of knowing. So the SG can't even say, with 2 weeks to go, we are cancelling. She's still appealing to the other parliaments, and eventually has to cancel. So even the communication to the Electoral Commission and other country authorities who are supposed to receive us also goes last minute. So we are at that critical stage where that matter will need clear policy direction and guidance, whether we will sustain election observation or not. Probably that question will also partly be a question to be addressed possibly through the protocol in terms of whether when we become a parliament, we will still continue to deploy election observation missions, or we are going to integrate in the SADC election observer mission. And what that may mean in terms of the costs and related issues, I'm unable to answer at this point. I don't know if Dennis would be able to. It would be good if he is, but I would understand if he's not able to answer that question at this point. But it's a policy question. I remember in the elections in Angola, the leader of the SADC PF mission, Speaker of Zimbabwe, had a brief discussion with the ES, bringing the same question, because what had happened in DRC was that, in Angola was that, when observers deployed, there were certain regions that were left uncovered. So we had duplication deployments in some regions, and some regions were not covered at all. When you look at the SADC missions, the AU missions. So the speaker was raising the question that we need a coordination mechanism where we are able to ensure that at least every part of the country is covered. It's part of the problem but the problem we are talking about is much bigger, because for us to worry about how fair are we in terms of distribution, we should be in the country first, and we are not. As we speak, Tanzania is in elections, and we are not there. The question of what the gap means, which is what Honorable Average spoke about, where organizations that are coming from outside the region and the continent are now the ones that are present. I would say we are back to where we started. Part of why the AU and its RECs built capacity for election observation was to counter that situation where organizations that were coming from outside the continent, and coincidentally, when we didn't have democracies, they were the ones that were the reason why we didn't have democracy. When democracy came, they were the ones on the upfront to say, this is how you must do it. And that just did not resonate with the AU's values and ethos, and say, let's build capacity for us to be able to observe elections. That's how the African Peace and Security Architecture was developed, with all its elements that include even issues of conflict resolution, viewing elections as a tool for constructive resolution of conflicts, was conceived. But we are at a point where we possibly are where we started, in the sense that all that capacity we had built over the years is coming to nothing because we are unable to deploy. So the question is a much bigger question, particularly at this juncture where we see what is happening in terms of the ideological shifts, the geopolitical shifts in the world. Another important question that was also put on the table that I need to speak to, the question of, let's assume we have resources, and the parliaments have resources. Who actually observes or constitutes the observer mission? That question was also a matter of plenary deliberations and resolutions, where it was agreed that the mandate to ensure that the forum prioritizes the issue of electoral reforms is with this committee. But in terms of the actual deployment of who goes, that becomes the prerogative of each parliament, including factoring issues of gender equality. So when we invite member parliaments to nominate members, and these members are two members. The question of gender must be reflected upon. There are also other dynamics internally at parliament that you deal with, chief whip. And the two whips, it turns out that it's actually the whippery that is sitting next to each other. The deputy chief whip and the whip. Yes. You also will have your own criteria where you are looking sometimes at creating equal opportunities amongst your members. You want to give them an opportunity to learn. The region, the SADC PF belongs to all MPs, and so that aspect is a matter we do not have control over as secretariat. But the plenary said we must make the process as inclusive as possible, of course, without taking away the supervisory role of this committee in terms of reporting to plenary on the progress that is being done. The last question relating to the M&E framework, in terms of closing the gaps. Indeed, Honorable Chair, when you look at the strategic plan in terms of its goals, the issue of resource mobilization is one of those. Part of it is because member parliaments contribute annually to the secretariat. The resources that are contributed go primarily towards facilitating the hosting of statutory meetings. And also, in addition, they also, member parliaments also finance the participation of members during plenary. But when you look at our committees and programs, we are required to mobilize resources through partners. And part of the resource mobilization we are doing is speaking to address the funding gaps that are there in terms of the current strategic plan. So the monitoring and evaluation system we have is being strengthened so that we are able to incrementally have efficiencies. But the question of funding gap remains. When you look at the organogram of the SADC PF, the number of posts that have been filled in for us to even be servicing meetings. As we speak, the Secretary General is actually servicing the Food, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Climate Action Committee. I'm the Director of Parliamentary Business and Programs, and I'm having to service this committee. The reality of where we are in terms of resource levels. And we are even relying on partners to also give us staff, some staff that are in projects, like the SRHR project, are actually assigned to service other standing committees. So the issue of resource gaps are real, they are there. And we can only lean on or depend on or look up to the leadership of the forum through the executive committee and the plenary assembly to address these gaps. I will go back to where I started. The spirit is willing, but the body is weak. We need to now focus on how do we energize the body so that both the spirit and the body are willing and they act in unison for us to be able to continue praying. I submit, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Secretary. Obviously, we have a problem, but can we really afford to throw in the towel? At the end of the day, we need to come with a recommendation if this issue is really of concern and of critical importance. Maybe we don't want to bombard the meeting members at this stage, But certainly before we close our two-day sessions, maybe tomorrow, people will have slept on this matter and digested over it what could be done. But I was of the view and understanding that the what was it 14 million? How much? 1.4, yes, million European funded sponsorship would include something or an element of observation. Are you saying, it's not there? It's only for domestication of, that even throws us into the deeper end of the sea, as far as I'm concerned. Because we were all along saying, but how do we sustain that in the future? Anyway, that's a difficult one. And the honorable member from Lesotho, although she didn't say it in so many words, she was saying, these resolutions we make, do they make sense when they are not binding? Well, the question of these forums, lawmaking, and being an authority with powers to be enforced. No, I think the better word is they are persuasive. So notwithstanding that we don't make and enforce things over our membership, there should be some recommendation we make, and it is for the membership to take on board, because the question of political will is also there. If we are to say, it's not always a question of financial constraints. Maybe as we sleep, Courage will make sure that our cooperating and development partners include this one on this project. Maybe the horse is already bolted. I don't know.
Chair, if I may, so what has happened? There's been a clear trend in terms of pattern for funding in terms of areas of interest or priority. As we speak, the election observation is nowhere near what are considered priorities. There are even other areas that were priorities that are now being affected given the funding withdrawal we are seeing generally as the priorities are shifting and geopolitics is unfolding. So if I must be honest and realistic, we are unlikely to get funding that goes directly to support election observation. What we will get is where they are looking at supporting domestication of the existing instruments. And maybe we also, while we continue to advocate for election observation funding, also begin to embrace that we can witness some positives when we focus on domestication. I gave the example of Lesotho just to highlight to the honorable members that even the purpose of observation is to make sure that member states then implement or domesticate the provisions that are in the instruments. So domestication itself must be viewed as part of the election observation mandate. But the on-field elections that happens, including on prior to polling, on polling day, immediately post-polling, at the moment, it is unthinkable that we will get any cooperating partners committing resources to that, Honorable Chair. And that's why the agonizing decision of asking parliaments was taken. Thank you.
Thank you. Unless there is someone wanting to help us come out of this problem, I will say, well, we have discussed it. We will see how we formulate a recommendation around it. But we can't go for increase in subscription, because already that is controversial. So even before we have implemented that one, and we come again with subscriptions, the subscription increase, I don't think I don't think the plenary will agree. They will just think we're just money mongers. We want money everywhere. But as I said, no, we can't throw in the towel. We have to have a way of going around it so that at least we report something. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your contribution. Like I said, it's our meeting. It's not anybody's meeting. If we can't come out with one solution, I hope the chief whip is coming with a solution on this one. I think we are of one mind. We do need these observations mission, but how do we fund them? Because let's not dream aloud and say our governments will pay. Anyway, what did you have, Kenneth?
Thank you, Chairperson. I think the starting point is the point raised by the Secretary that this committee is the custodian of this program, and if that is the starting point, and more so informed by the input made by Angola, Honorable Sebastian, I suspect we will have to be more pronounced, because failure to do that will affect the functionality of this committee, particularly on this important element, given the geopolitical shift that is taking place within the region, but also globally. And therefore, failure to observe election is an indictment on the committee. And therefore, the committee has to be proactive in terms of concrete proposals. And where do we start? I suspect we start here as member of this committee. If the starting point is let's have resolution in our parliament to ensure that there is a rallying point around observer missions across the region, the SADC region, then I think a resolution has to be sponsored. Let's reiterate, we know, as it has been said from the presentation, from the matters arising point, that this matter has been raised. It has moved from where it was at its strongest point to its lowest point now. So we have a responsibility, political responsibility, to resuscitate this historic mission that is also linked to constitutionalism. It is linked to the rule of law. It is linked to to democracy. So therefore, let's not hesitate to sponsor a motion to reiterate the fact that in our budgetary processes, Parliament must make provision for participation in the observer mission. Thank you, Chair.
It's helpful. It's helpful in drafting something instead of throwing in the towel. It's very, very helpful. And thank you for that, Kenneth. Yes.
We were speaking about gender responsive budgeting before this and others. How did we succeed in all the others that we wanted? And do we think that we have a chance with a budgeting for the electoral missions? If we have not succeeded at some parliaments with gender responsive budgeting, with other budgetings probably that we spoke about, how do we foresee that we will succeed in the budget for electoral missions? That was now for curiosity's sake to hear.
I understand your point of view, Honorable Member. It comes back on whom must or should this responsibility lie. Member states or the forum. The forum is fully subscribed with the liabilities. You can't add another one. If you add another liability, you mean more money. Where does it come from? Let's make it persuasive. Let's make a recommendation that is persuasive. I'm running away from the word binding. That is persuasive to our respective parliaments to ensure that when there are elections and when a SADC parliament calls for countries, at least without dictating terms to our speakers or what, or whosoever is in authority, that the SADC parliament represented by a member on a rotational basis from this committee is there. You know, once they accept that, it will be easy for the secretariat to say, we have this election and we are interested as parliament, as SADC parliament, that we attend. And you have a member, so and so, mustn't be seen to be dictating, picking and choosing. But the truth is, personally, I would think it would make sense that we have a member from this committee. Like he says, like Kenneth says, our functionality and existence is threatened if we cut away the observation aspect of our functions. So I think we go along in crafting anything. I don't know, the secretary, in what is saying. Also, Zimbabwe, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think I go with Honorable, because when you go for poll observations, you come back here to SADC PF, then you have feedback. So I propose that this member committees must go for that for observations, because they need to come back and have a feedback on to the committee.
Thank you. I think we've discussed this matter enough, and our secretary is experienced enough in making recommendations that are friendly and not dictatorial to our masters. But the thing that we must go with, we can ill afford not to say anything about this. It is a challenge. And thank you very much. I think we move on. Time is never on our side. We now go to the next agenda item, which is
It's the presentation by the SADC Secretariat on a protocol. So looking at the time, maybe we can have the resource person do an introduction, then we break for lunch, then he can come into the main presentation. It is 4 minutes before one, maybe we allow him 10 minutes just to give an overview and whet our appetite, and then we can break for lunch and come back for the presentation. I submit.
to start at all. Yeah, let's start.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable.
You have all the time at yourself.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable members. First of all, to thank you for giving SADC Secretariat an opportunity to present whatever we can present. Ideally, this presentation should have been done by our colleagues from the organ who are more into these issues of peace, security, and good governance. But because they couldn't be around, I'll just step in on their behalf. They are busy with Madagascar, they are busy with elections in Tanzania, and they couldn't join us for this meeting. I wanted, before I start my presentation, just to reflect a bit on something which was the discussion we had on election observation. I'll give my personal opinion. I think it's important for members of parliament to be part of the election observation missions. But I strongly believe that it's better to have an integrated observation mission for the region. So one SADC integrated observer mission. I was looking at the revised guidelines, and they clearly say the SIOMs, these are the SADC electoral observer missions, shall generally comprise electoral experts, representatives of electoral management bodies, national governments, legislature, civil society, and eminent personalities. So the legislature is captured in that composition of the SIOMs. And to me, I think given the current situation and given the financial constraints, imagine a country like Tanzania receiving an election observer mission from SADC, but also from SADC PF or SADC Parliament, and then from the EAC, but also from the IALA, the East African Legislative Assembly, and then from AU, but also from PAP, the Pan-African Parliament. I mean, I think it's too much. Why don't these organizations have one integrated election observation mission, which includes the members of parliament? So that's my personal view in terms of the way forward. Now, maybe ideally, in practice, this is not what is done, but I think that's the best way to do it, rather than to have separate observer missions going into a country. That's my view. Now, in terms of the presentation, I will be going through the selected protocols and frameworks which we were given by SADC PF. Basically, those three: the SADC Protocol Against Corruption, that was the 2001, and then the Protocol on Politics, Defense, and Security Cooperation, again of 2001. And then I'll touch on the revised SADC principles and guidelines governing democratic elections. And I'm not going to go into any details. I'll just provide the purpose, what is contained in these protocols, the status in terms of signing and ratification, some of the implementation challenges for those protocols which are already into effect, into force, and some of the recommendations. So that's generally what I'll cover. But I'll also mention a few other protocols which are of relevance to this committee, just to provide a bit of highlights in terms of where we are in terms of the status of ratification and signing. So Chair, that's basically what I will cover in the presentation. I think my 4 minutes are up, if I'm not mistaken. I thought I should just do that introduction. Thank you very much.
Thank you, presenter. Let's adjourn, honorable members, till we come back at 2, yes, at 2, and you will take it from there. But I like your intervention in the previous, your intervention towards the topical item we have just gone through, if I don't know with success or what. I like it. If you say legislature, what do you mean? Are we referring to? Well, it's parliament, yes, but us here as a committee or the institution of our institution, was where is our institution in the way you're discussing it? You can't leave out SADC Parliament, but SADC Parliament, yes, the SADC Forum, sorry, the SADC Parliament or the SADC Parliament to be. Where I think I buy in the fact of integrated approach. Could be a good recommendation, but where does it put us? Are we going to have Kenneth attending one day? As long as Sebastian attends and is from this committee, that's when I would be satisfied. Otherwise, and I underline what Kenneth said, that our functionality as a committee stands threatened. And I hope our secretary is noting that maybe they may have to change the title and give it something else to ensure that we are not given a title where seemingly some of the critical aspects we are not able to fulfill. Yes, what do you say?
No, Chair, I think the guidelines are silent. They just say legislature. So the discussion should be, as you say, who is represented in that component of legislature, because it's a little bit vague. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. In fact, if I may, Chair, the way it is currently being implemented is that as we speak, SADC observer missions will draw members from national parliaments directly. So there is no linkage in terms of where SADC PF stands and what role it would play as the members are going, coming back, and the follow-up. So I think, as I said, I had hinted earlier on to say, maybe it's a question of a policy decision. There are different models. When you look at the EU, for instance, the deputy head of mission is always a member of the European Parliament, precisely to take care of that aspect. When you look at the Pan-African Parliament, initially they were in the situation where we are, where they were sending all parliamentarian mission, and the AUC would send a mission. Later on, they took a policy decision where the parliamentarians are integrated, but the invitation actually goes to the Pan-African Parliament. And it is the one that coordinates the parliamentary cohort into that mission, and are therefore able to remain seized with the issues from the parliamentary side. In the SADC region, we have the model where until now we have been sending 2 separate missions. But the essence of what Dennis is pointing out, in reality, the citizens do not make a distinction to say these are parliamentarians. They just say SADC. You heard the question that Honorable Ndokwa asked. That SADC mission I saw there, was it you? It's confirmation of what could be the downside of a lack of a coordinated approach. But I think if we must make any recommendation, it is really must be a recommendation that says that integration must reflect the parliamentary element, so that the parliamentarians, through the relevant organ, remain seized with those matters. There is a way in which it is structured carefully to allow for the constituencies where these are drawn from, including parliamentarians, to be able to process that. When the report comes through, are these members, delegates of SADC PF to the mission? Do they come and table a report to SADC PF? All those elements need to be dealt with. So what happens with the AU model I spoke about, where the MPs are nominated through PAP, it is PAP members that constitute AU missions on behalf of the PAP, although they are drawn from the member states. So in other words, it would be SADC PF members who are being nominated to constitute these the SADC missions, and there's a clear pathway for purposes of reporting. I submit, Chair.
Thank you. I now, with your permission. Oh, you want to say something?
Whispering here, but I didn't hear what he said. Chairperson, honorable members.
No, Chairperson, I was saying that the integrated approach as raised by Dennis
Yes.
and the top table
Mm.
be part of our resolution.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, that's what I wanted to say. It's just that I didn't hear him to avoid duplication, to avoid confusions. As we are speaking, we have one member who went on SADC. So we say SADC Botswana, SADC the mother body, and SADC PF. But for new members who are coming to Parliament, they cannot differentiate between SADC PF and SADC. And how do we do that? There must be a clear distinction as to who is the appointing authority. Because now you send it to the Speaker's office or to the Speaker's offices, and then they delegate and they deploy somebody who's not even part of Pan-African Parliament, probably, SADC Parliament, probably. And then it's somebody that goes to that mission without having a background understanding of where this is coming from. Somebody that will go observe, come back, and not even having a platform to report back to. Therefore, we must be very clear and direct in what is it that we want? How is it that we want it to be done? I so submit, Chairperson, honorable members.
Thank you very much. Just a comment on how we might design a persuasive recommendation. I think the neighbors there, it's good they are neighbors. I appreciate. We no, I was actually saying, in other words, jokingly, and in fact, it's not joking, it's right. You are complimenting what your neighbor, and they say, you must be good neighbors to compliment each other there. That's what I was saying. Not in a bad way, please. Also complimenting in another way what our presenter was saying, the integration, who the appointing authority should be. Thank you very much. We come at 2, ladies and gentlemen. Honorables, good afternoon, and may we start. As per our agenda, start with the presentation by Dennis. He had already started. Can he continue?
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair. And as I said earlier, my presentation will basically focus on these three selected legal instruments. Well, two of them are legal instruments. They're actually protocols, but the other one, these are just guidelines governing principles and guidelines governing democratic elections. Chair, maybe you may want to sit something. I don't know if you'll be able to. So I'll cover a little bit. The presentation itself is not very long, probably around 20 minutes for everything. For these three, I'll go a little bit in details in terms of explaining the objectives, the status as far as signing and ratification is concerned, some of the implementation challenges for those which have gone into effect, and some of the observations and recommendations which we as SADC Secretariat might have observed. But again, I think during the discussions, maybe honorable members might also have some views as with regards to these protocols. So let's start with the first one, the SADC Protocol Against Corruption. It's a protocol of 2001, folks. It's quite a while. The overall aim is to promote and strengthen mechanisms for preventing, detecting, punishing, and eradicating corruption in both the public sector, but also the private sector. It also facilitates cooperation among member states. I think this is the main issue because it's a regional protocol, and encourages the harmonization of anti-corruption policies and legislation. So we know that, of course, each member state has its own policies, instruments at member state level to tackle corruption. It has its own institutions, but the idea here is that member states should cooperate on this very, very critical issue of corruption. Now, the protocol itself is quite long, and as I said, I won't go into the details. It has almost 22 articles, including those standard articles which you will find in any protocol, the definition, the purposes of the protocol, what are the acts of corruption? What do we mean, as far as this protocol is concerned, what do we mean by corruption? What are the preventive measures? What's the jurisdiction? What are the acts of corruption relating to an official of a foreign state, in this case? It also has an article which speaks specifically to issues of development and harmonization of policies and domestic legislation. It has an article which speaks to confiscation and seizure. When can that be done? It has an article which speaks to extradition. There are issues to do with judicial cooperation and legal assistance amongst the member states. And then, of course, there is an article also which speaks to institutional arrangements for implementation of the protocol itself. There are other articles which are standard: authority, transitional provisions, relationship with other articles, issues of notification, signing, ratifying, entry into force, which again are standard, accession, depository, amendment, and settlement of disputes. So those are the content of this very important protocol on against corruption, which, as I said, is quite an old one. Now, in terms of status of signing, ratification, and implementation, it entered into force in July 2005. But as of today, the protocol has been ratified by almost all member states, except, of course, the Union of Comoros. So all 15 member states have ratified this protocol. But it's worth noting that Madagascar and Seychelles are the latest countries to ratify the protocol. And only Comoros, as I said, is yet to sign and ratify. You'll see that Comoros is an outlier in almost all the protocols. So in this case, I think this is good, quite good. Now, it has been implemented. And according to the information we got, as I said earlier, this is information we got from our colleagues in the organ who are actually working on this. And they are saying member states are actually implementing this protocol effectively, and the monitoring tool has been developed. Annual reports are also prepared and presented to the ministerial committee of the organ. So as far as this protocol is concerned, it looks as if there aren't that much, there aren't issues. Maybe the question here will be in the implementation again. Maybe SADC PF can help on this one. As far as monitoring implementation, these annual reports which are being said here, are they shared with members of the Parliamentary Forum? That would probably, as far as I'm concerned, would probably be something interesting, because it says here they are shared with the ministerial committees of the organ. But anyway, that's the protocol on the protocol. That's the first legal instrument which we wanted to say, the Protocol Against Corruption of 2001.
Chair, through the chair. Chair, what is the preference of the meeting through the chair in terms of, because these are distinct instruments that are at different stages of implementation. Would it not add value if we opened for engagement after the presentation of one? Because we may need to go into details, combining issues of politics, defense and security, and issues of corruption, and issues of possibly the last two are a bit related. Would it not help for the members if we went into discussion about the protocol against corruption? I mentioned this, Chair, because when I've listened to the presentation that Dennis has made to say the implementation is smooth, there is nothing. Are we not coming from communities and countries where corruption is a problem? It would give an impression that we have overcome corruption, we need the next challenge. And it would be good and important, particularly for you, for this meeting, for the committee, to be more focused, because it would then help to say, so what are we, where are the gaps, and what are we recommending for the next 2 years as things that we can report even in our collaboration with the Secretariat to say, while we were domesticating or implementing or monitoring the implementation on the protocol against corruption, these are the things that we are going to focus on. I submit, Chair.
It's very difficult to come in between whilst others have already departed. I'm sitting here and wondering, maybe somebody knows here. We always have Comoros Island in anything we do, but I've never seen and met anybody that comes from the Comoros Island. What is happening, Chairperson and Mr. Kuraja? Walk together. We have to walk together as a team.
Maybe at this stage, I take your question. The secretary is proposing that instead of allowing the presenter to go all the way and covering all the three or four, all the three protocols, after each protocol has been, the details of each protocols have been presented, would we prefer that he continues until he finishes the three, or we intervene by way of questions, clarifications, etc., once each one of them has been completed? What would we prefer? I think that's the question, the starting point. Kenneth, please.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the proposal of discussing at this point in time hold water, because then we are then able to get focused and also ensure that there's more adequate time and attention given to these protocols. Like as indicated by Mr. Kudasha, the following protocols are not as much more pronounced, though they are also important, but these two are very important. So I propose that let's endorse the proposal that we discussed now. Thank you.
Okay. Let him finish the first. Then if it's finished, we can come in. Then once it's finished, we go to the next one. I think that's what Kenneth is saying. That should be the way. Are you done? If you're not done, continue and finish.
Chair and honorable members, as far as this protocol is concerned, I'm done. The protocol on corruption. This is the information which we wanted to implement. As I said, the final kind of conclusion from our colleagues who deal with this protocol, they are saying, as far as the protocol is concerned, and I want here to be a bit careful. Implementing a regional protocol does not necessarily mean that things on the ground will be perfect. You might be implementing the regional protocol very well. You are cooperating in whatever areas you want to cooperate, because this is a regional protocol. But that does not necessarily translate into, now there's no corruption as far as member states is concerned. So we have to be careful. These are regional protocols, and they are meant to, as I said, for harmonization, for working together, for cooperating in this area of corruption. But Chair, I also wanted to respond to the issue of Comoros, if with your permission. Comoros, since joining the organization, joining SADC, has been quite inactive. In fact, at the moment, they are at the last level of sanctions. To put it more bluntly, it's like they are just waiting to be kicked out. But so I'm not surprised that you will not be surprised that there's nothing really happening when it comes to legal instruments, when it comes to implementation of the various regional strategies, regional policies, when it comes to attending in meetings. So Comoros is an outlier, but they are still a member. As far as the treaty is concerned, they are still a member because they have not been suspended from membership. But I mean, we have to treat Comoro with that kind of thinking, that they haven't been active in any manner in terms of regional initiatives. Thank you.
Zimbabwe.
Thank you, Chair. From the presenter, I think yesterday we were given some numbers saying from this year when this country rectified this protocol or rectified that, there was an increase or there is no increase. And we want to know what challenges are being faced by countries to reduce corruption, so that we, as members of this committee, we know what we are going to do, or even we can go to our respective countries and say we want to benchmark with this country because they are able to reduce corruption. I thank you.
Yeah, I think I buy into his observation, the presenter. If we talk corruption, we're talking about something very massive and crippling our economies. I don't know whether you are the right person to direct this question to. What is it that you want to tell us about this very topical issue other than what you have just told us. Like he is saying, for instance, are there gray areas in ratification? We have already said ratification, okay, except the Comoros. Implementation, for instance, let's face it, it remains a gray area with every jurisdiction. It may also be helpful if you relate it or correlate it to, say, our own model law. This is SADC protocol, and we operate here as SADC Parliament on model laws. You just contrast that. I think the aim was to ensure, and might not be too sure, to ensure that any model law, because we operate through model law, corresponds and relates to the SADC mainstream protocol, and how we are doing as individuals, but more importantly as members of the parliamentary forum. I don't know. I think that's how I understand him.
If I may. Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity, and thank you, Dennis, for the presentation. Coincidentally, the protocol against corruption is one of the areas where we have had significant or notable collaboration between SADC PF and the SADC Secretariat through the relevant department in the organ. So they annually convene a meeting of anti-corruption agencies from all member states. And we have been privileged to attend those annual meetings. And at the last meeting, we were even interrogating the issue of how can we integrate the efforts in terms of the provision of the model law on public financial management and to deal with corruption. They were focusing specifically in two areas. They were looking at corruption within prison settings, because incarcerations tend to happen away from public glare. So there are risks of corruption sometimes in procurement and related issues where corruption may come in. They were also exploring the issue of corruption within disaster risk areas, usually where there is an emergency. We saw, for instance, what happened with procurement during COVID-19, when regulations were suspended to expedite procurement to respond to the emergency, and then creating the vacuum in terms of the responses ensure. In terms of ensuring that we are able to adequately respond. And the question of where do we place parliamentary action, because if you listen to Dennis' presentation, and even when he was throwing question, it's to say we are, in terms of the protocol process at regional, and as a regional protocol, once we have reached a process where there's domestication and implementation is happening, the question then becomes, what is the parliamentary role in terms of monitoring the implementation? How do you integrate the implementation? And some of the issues that are coming through are issues related to the changing dynamics of corruption in terms of, for instance, issues of illicit financial flows. issues of resourcing when you want to fight corruption, issues of legislative gaps that are there. To what extent are our national laws aligned with the spirit of the regional protocol, and in practice, how does Parliament reflect that in the work that you do when you are allocating resources towards fighting corruption, when you are looking at the laws? One of the big issues that is happening in the SADC region is the issue of whistleblowing. In terms of protection of whistleblowers, both in terms of legislation and practice, and even issues related to declaration of assets, which may speak to us even as honorable members. So fighting corruption is difficult, but it gets more difficult when parliament get captured, for instance. And these are the conversations I think that we need to surface to say, as far as Donis has presented, the processes that needed to be done where we could have focused on to say, let's call for domestication, let's call for implementation. Probably those are done, but as we implement, how do we constantly then ensure that these are the priority actions that we are recommending for parliamentary action? I think that's where the conversation must be. If we must say the 3-4 priorities that we must focus on, now that this protocol is in place, the intentions are clear, how do we use that protocol to close the gaps in terms of where the challenges are? Because, honorable members, when you look at the data that is emerging, and I was looking at the Afrobarometer data, where they were saying only 46% of the citizens of SADC in the last survey in 2024 believe that parliaments are effective and are proofing themselves against corruption. So the balance of that number, I have questions as to what parliaments are doing in terms of, first of all, not being corrupt themselves and effectively fighting corruption. And I assume that's where the value is, even for the plenary assembly. If we must come up with recommendations, we need to speak to those things. What are the parliamentary actions we are calling for? Over to you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Korach, on that one. I just want us to follow the spirit of this item being an agenda item. I think we are required to deliberate on strategies to enhance parliamentary advocacy. So I think if we lose that spirit, we will be lost what we are looking for here. And recommend it to plenary. So I think from each presentation, there must be gray areas, or we raise them, I don't know. So that, are there any advocacy issues, for instance? Is there anything we would want to recommend? Not necessarily advocacy, but anything that is gray in terms of this critical protocol. And unless the members understand, but personally, I say we have a problem in this area. We can't just rush through it. It's a very worrisome aspect. Are we doing enough as parliamentarians? Remember, the theme is enhancing the role of parliamentarians in advocating for the signing, ratification, accession, domestication, and implementation of SADC protocols. So I want us not to run away from the theme. Let's stick to the theme. So the presentation must speak to the theme, and any engagement, the way I look at it, must speak to the theme. South Africa, I'm just worried we're just rushing through a very critical and important aspect.
Thank you, Chair. Indeed, first thing is to appreciate the presentation as given by Dennis on this critical protocol, which at the center of it speaks to the theme that has been so adequately pronounced by the chair. Noting the progress that we have made in relation to the both signing ratification of this protocol, I think the committee will definitely seek the plenary to know this progress that we have made in relation to this protocol. And this protocol is quite important and relevant to the theme of the next plenary, which talks to constitutionalism and the rule of law promotion. You can't talk about the rule of law if you circumvent the Public Finance Management Act. You can't talk about the values of the Constitution if you embark on corrupt practices. So therefore, the challenges that are raised around implementation, the first thing in line with the need for the forum to be advocate of a fight or a campaign against corruption will have to, as a starting at a second level, note the relationship or the working relationship that has taken place between the forum and the secretariat of the ministerial committee of the organ. So therefore, already there's a basis for us to then say, in our role as advocates for a fight against corruption, we need to then take this annual report as parliamentary forum and monitor as part and parcel of playing our oversight role and advocacy, keep track of the progress that we are making in terms of these annual reports that were shared between the two structures. This is quite important because that will then require from our respective parliament, then using the structures that we have, like in South Africa, you will have a parliamentary intergovernmental forum, which in terms of the transformation of the structure, clearly a case study could be used to say this parliamentary intergovernmental forum will then have to interaction with our representative or government to come and make a presentation to those committees, the parliamentary intergovernmental forum, so that we are then able to arm the SADC parliamentary forum members from respective countries to be able to be in a position to come and report to say, in our country, as part of implementing and mitigating the challenges of this protocol, this is the progress that we have made. These are the challenges that we have made. Indeed, the last point that I want to raise, Chair, that I suspect we need to also factor in is the issues around the cross-border corruption that takes place. I believe that what we might have to probably then make a reflection on is how do we enforce and also ensure that there are capacity. This forum is a capacity to strengthen our anti-corruption agencies to fight cross-border cases of corruption. And this is quite important because it also serves as a basis to then strengthen our respective members to be able to fight corruption at an individual level. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. That was exactly my point. You have even articulated it more, that we need to know where we are, where are the challenges. Like you have quoted the example of a cross-border. So if it's a gray area, that one, when the protocol is existing, then what do we do in terms of ensuring that its spirit and letter are realized? So I really appreciate that argument personally. But I'm not too sure whether my presenter is the one to help us say something about that one. He thinks he has said what he could say. We don't want to keep him there for even too long unnecessarily. But that's the kind of question or engagement that may arise from the floor. I like that one, and I hope Zimbabwe is coming with another one too. We all agree there is a problem, whether it's a perception or there are problems that are real, but I think they are real. Maybe he was talking about cross-border. We're not interrogating an individual country as it were. He's making an example. The procurement, the public procurement and tendering system is flawed from a corruption perspective. It's one flawed. So I think those are the kind of examples you might bring and make recommendations to whosoever is the authority. It may be the forum or plenary. If we go to plenary, for instance, without saying what plenary can do and what we can do, the capacitation, as he puts it, is true. Strengthening the capacity and giving our anti-corruption agencies the necessary tools and teeth. This is the kind of, but Zimbabwe, please.
I wanted to know what the protocol says about whistleblower. Because this act of corruption, you can't just know that there's corruption without whistleblowers. So what does the protocol say about whistleblowers? The protocol. Yes. Oh, there are nothing about whistleblowers.
answered or something. Go. The mic. Your mic.
No, I was saying we are making progress. The last two speakers are point on in terms of engagement that we want. But I'm just wondering whether we should keep him there or, but maybe he's going to help from the floor or there, but I think he can help. But they are, those issues, cross-border, there are indications, if not perceptions, of corruption. Like I said, we don't want to be interrogating a country, as it were, but for the purposes of proper engagement, he may have to explain or articulate what he means. And I'm also putting in the question of it's known. I don't think there is a country that is immune from this one. Tendering and procurement. It's riddled with corruption, that thing. Yeah, so those are the kind of engagement we would want to engage in. He is also coming, what did you say, by the way? Yes, exactly. And it helps the Secretariat to kind of draft the spirit in line with the recommendations to the authorities that be. My sister, I know we need to have something, the resolution is binding. What do you want to raise?
I need binding resolutions because, wow. Yeah, with this corruption-related issue, it also, I think, stretches all the way even to the public debt side. Because it's just that I wish I've been here longer. I'm learning a whole lot. But with respect to this particular protocol that he's talking about, that we have to find ways of enhancing, working together to combat as much as we can the corruption within our government. I've seen, I think right now, I'll talk from my country's perspective. You'd find that when when we are enacting laws now or amending laws, we are trying by all means now to cut down on the power that ministers have. We're trying to build a system, because let's talk about the public debt as it is. The Minister of Finance had the entire power to go out, get whatever funds and bring them without the parliament even knowing that we owe that much. Then the next financial year is a harder moment whereby you realize that the minister actually went even further beyond the debt that was declared in that particular year. Now, looking at the protocol, it does hinder that, like giving powers to one person going out to do debt for a specific country. Now, I just need him to help me here as an individual at a corner. Like, how do we deal with this now? The amendment came through on the public debt. While we are now somehow depowering somebody, they feel like, now this is prohibiting me from doing certain things. I might as well, they will ask the speaker, can I be excused on the enactment of this particular law? Let me just withdraw it a little bit. We're doing a bit of research, whatnot. But in the meantime, they're still making it, right? Same thing as the public procurement act. The act was it's good. It's well segregated, it's well structured. And then now, how do we implement this particular law? Regulations come. It's like the one person doing the act was sitting where Zimbabwe is, and the person doing the regulations was just sitting there at the interpretation booth. Like, they don't talk to each other anymore. Now it's creating loopholes for corruption now. And it's very frustrating. Like, okay, now that I've enacted the law, what do I do? I'm just given 10 days to deal with regulations. The committee might send them back, but in the meantime, that says the law is not implementable, and there's still that particular gap. So it's a bit frustrating, because I'm in the economic cluster, so I deal with this every day. And it's very frustrating for my end that even though, because if it's said 15 members have ratified, most definitely my country has done that. But looking at what they talk about in their ministerial SADC meetings, then that says we are agreeing on something and doing something different on the other side. So I need him to help me. How do I do that as Parliament to fix this particular situation? Because at the end of the day, Parliament is an oversight body, and we have to call certain people to order.
To me, that's yet another good example of discussion. And the way you are putting it, it looks like it relates, it correlates or relates to, that's why I was saying it has to make reference to our model law. We had the public finance management model law. It should be speaking to some of the powers of a minister. And what you are saying is common. I don't know with other jurisdictions. For instance, with us as well, we have that problem. We have that problem where a minister would come now and again, having incurred massive, huge debts, ostensibly for my own and the country's benefit, you know, those things. So how do we go about that? I think that is that's the kind of question that would be helpful. But I'm not answering. I'm just merely interpreting what she's saying. Maybe someone else may bring some before he can comment. I know Sebastian will always have something to say. Sebastian, it's over to you now. Angola. No,
Obrigado,
my friend can't remain behind on this one.
Sr. Presidente. Este é um tema que este é um tema de alguma forma de difícil abordagem. E digo difícil ou complexa abordagem, porque normalmente quando falamos de corrupção, nós autocondenamos-nos. Normalmente, os países do terceiro mundo, estes são os corruptos, e os outros é que são os honestos, os outros é que detêm a verdade e nós levamos sempre por tabela, como sou dizer-se. Para que haja corrupção, tem de haver corruptores. E o que a gente verifica nos nossos países, quando há um surto, digamos assim, de corrupção, os dinheiros nunca estão nos nossos países. Acabam sempre ficando nos outros países. Isto por um lado. Por outro lado, internamente, o que a gente verifica é que determinado servidor público, enquanto estiver em funções de mãos dadas com os detentores, digamos, do poder, ele é um funcionário honesto, humilde, trabalhador, dedicado, etc., etc. Basta entrar em rota de colisão com o poder, imediatamente ele é rotulado de corrupto. Até se descobrem, entre aspas, desvios de fundos públicos, etc., etc. Portanto, é um tema muito complexo e que nós devíamos emprestar uma atenção muito especial na sua abordagem para não cairmos naquilo que de autoflagelarmos em benefício de terceiros, porque na corrupção, que seja ela do ponto de vista financeiro, do ponto de vista político, do ponto de vista, enfim, social, etc., etc., os mandantes saem sempre ilesos. E é aí que eu tenho, pessoalmente, alguma dificuldade em abordar determinados aspectos ligados à corrupção. Portanto, nós, no nosso protocolo, devemos ter a humildade intelectual no sentido de também trazer à discussão não aqueles aparentemente os beneficiários desta chamada corrupção, mas, sobretudo, também aqueles que fomentam esta corrupção no interesse de pessoas outras que não no desenvolvimento dos nossos países. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, Angola. I certainly am following you and I understand your sentiment in that we should not cause an unnecessary alarm and insult ourselves. Well, it's not an argument, but the fact that there is that protocol, it's enough evidence that there is a problem in this area. So we would not be creating anything new. The question is, can we, through this engagement, introspect ourselves, not countries, us collectively, in fact, trying to get solutions for the greater good of the region rather than because it starts with individual countries and it spreads to other countries. So we can learn from Lesotho's example, learn from what the Honorable from South Africa is saying, etc., etc. But I totally agree with you on the question, but I'm not answering for him in any way. That we should not alarm things. That's why I use the word perception. In some cases, it might be just perceptions, only to be insulting ourselves. But certainly in crafting that protocol, there must have been a problem. You can't just create a law for nothing. The question is, are we implementing it? What can we do? Where I liked the idea of South Africa, where talking about capacity, giving teeth and strengthening the powers, the strategies of fighting such cancer through our various agencies. You know, some of our agencies are just toothless, they are just there on paper. Yes, I know we, as parliamentarians, we would raise questions, motions now and again, but it doesn't change the situation. At the end of the day, we have to have some sharp agencies, either in the police or in special agencies, as it were. I'm not giving answers, but I'm just appreciating the discussions, taking from what he has presented. Anyone else with anything, please? Asibonge kakhulu Kenneth once more.
Yeah, just one last point, Chair, that I thought maybe I must also canvass with the committee. That was also referred to in our elaboration on the protocol, the issue of the issues around whistleblowing. I agree that there has to be caution, but I believe that it is in the interest of the SADC and in that instance, the question that has to be posed is whether do we have a mechanism to monitor the implementation of the whistleblower protection mechanism as member states. In the absence of that, the proposal, the Honorable Chairperson, could be maybe to look into making this part and parcel of the monitoring and evaluation mechanism. The need to protect whistleblower in the member states. Thank you. Because in this instance, there's no accusation around individual countries. It's a general broad principle to say where there's a genuine whistleblower who act in good faith, it becomes important that as member state, we put in place mechanisms. Thank you, in the protocol. Thank you.
Another valid point. Yes, it can be abused. It can be abused, as is saying, as part of implementing the spirit and letter of that protocol. Can we not also consider if there are in place mechanisms for protecting whistleblowers and he uses the word genuine ones, not those who are in the habit of defaming others. He says, well, there may be those, but they are, whistleblowers are useful, and they are a way of ensuring winning the fight against corruption. I think that's what he's saying. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe before we give Dennis, I was going to, I said it's a pity the honorable member from Zimbabwe has stepped out because he had asked a specific question, close to what you're talking about. Yeah, he's coming back. That's good. I wanted him to benefit from the intervention. There are specifically two articles in the protocol that I would want to draw the members to, and part of them will respond to the framing of most of the questions that we have been putting on the table. Article 2 and Article 4. And I would want to go to those specific articles for the benefit of the members. If you look at the Article 2, it speaks to the purposes of the protocol, and it partly links with what exactly Dennis said, to say, viewed from a regional perspective, where we are creating a tool to enable member states to do certain things. The process has moved, but what is critical is linked to the parliamentary mandate, is monitoring implementation, including through lawmaking, including through oversight. And that's why these conversations here are having, honorable members, are the real conversations that would benefit the plenary assembly. Yes. So when we take Article 2, and for the benefit of the members, the protocol is in the group. At purposes, Article 2.1, the purposes of these protocol are A, to promote and strengthen the development by each of the state parties of mechanisms needed to, one, prevent, detect, punish, and eradicate corruption in the public and private sectors. It's a whole range of actions that are required. Some of them preventative, some of them investigation, some of them punishing, and we need to sift it through and say, where are the opportunities for parliamentary action to strengthen in line with the spirit of the protocol? Article and sub-article 2B, or 1, Article 2, sub-article 1B, to promote, facilitate, and regulate cooperation among state parties to ensure effectiveness of measures and actions to prevent, detect, punish, and eradicate corruption in the public and private sectors. So it's talking about the cooperation. And C, to foster the development and harmonization of policies and domestic legislation of the state parties relating to the prevention, detection, punishment, and eradication of corruption in the public and private sectors. We move to Article 4. And Article 4 will, among other things, is speaking about prevention measures. It will, among other things, speak to the issue of the whistleblowing, what that we're talking about, whether there are any guidelines. The protocol speaks to the importance of the whistleblowers in fighting corruption. So sub-article 1 says, for the purposes set forth in Article 2 of this protocol, each state part undertakes to adopt measures which will create, maintain, and strengthen A, the standards of conduct for the correct, honorable, and proper fulfillment of public functions, as well as mechanisms to enforce those standards. B, systems of government, hiring and procurement of goods and services that ensure transparency, equity, and efficiency of such systems. Honorable Chair was talking about public procurement as a big issue. Then government revenue collection and control systems that deter corruption, as well as laws that deny favorable treatment for any individual or corporation for expenditures made in violation of the anti-corruption laws of the state parties. The honorable member was already mentioning the issue of public debt contracting, for instance. Then D, mechanisms to promote access to information to facilitate eradication and elimination of opportunities for corruption. Then E, systems for protecting individuals who, in good faith, report acts of corruption. That's where so the protocol may not mention about that specifically to say whistleblowing, but it is referring to whistleblowers here. And again, the terms that Honorable Kenneth mentioned, in good faith, are also language that is actually used in the protocol. F, laws that punish those who make false and malicious reports against innocent persons. I think it also relates to part of what Honorable Sebastian was alluding to, where he was talking about the complexities of corruption, where sometimes there's politicization and labeling, which is not necessarily linked to the reality in terms of corruption trends and how the willingness to fight corruption. And G, institutions responsible for implementing mechanisms for preventing, detecting, punishing, and eradicating corruption. And I think the issue of institutions, the Honorable Chair here was talking about resourcing and also whether they have enough, did you use the word teeth, to fight corruption. It's also a matter that is actually sufficiently covered in the protocol. And H, deterrence to the bribery of domestic public officials and the officials of foreign states, such as mechanisms to ensure that publicly held companies and other types of associations maintain books and records which, in reasonable details, accurately reflects the acquisition and disposition of assets and have sufficient internal accounting controls to enable the law enforcement agencies to detect acts of corruption. And mechanisms to encourage participation by the media, civil society, and non-governmental organizations in efforts to prevent corruption. And J, mechanisms for promoting public education and awareness in the fight against corruption. And sub-article 2, each state party shall adopt such legislation and other measures under its domestic law to prevent and combat acts of corruption committed in and by private sector entities. So when you look at the two articles, they are very clear in terms of the scope and focus of where our intervention efforts could be, even as parliaments. The areas that we may wish to identify as priority areas for implementation, which we may then recommend to the plenary assembly, but also make them form part of our own program of action as a committee. Submit, Chair.
Thank you very much, our secretary. What I discern, learn from what is just read to us, the protocol is very comprehensive. The question is, comprehensive as it is, how are we doing in the real world? How are we performing to the expectations of our countries, our citizens? Where are we lacking? I think the examples so far given show, even though not addressing everything that is in the protocol, are relevant. While the protocol talks of say public procurement problem, it does talk about it. The question is, picking here and there, where are we deficient? As South Africa talked about cross-border crime, you know, Zimbabwe talking about whistleblowing, also South Africa agreeing to that, and we all agree to that. It's all in here. The question is, are we implementing that to the benefit of our various jurisdictions? And well, I wouldn't, jurisdictions may mean internal we mean for the region, because we need to want the collaboration between countries. It starts from a country and goes across the region. So I think we are not so far what we have raised, contradicting ourselves in terms of what is in. We are not saying it is insufficient. It may be adequate. To me, it is very comprehensive. But on the ground, how are we doing? I think that so far they are just examples that have been brought forward. We're not doing well. That would be, I know it's a sweeping statement, but we are saying we are not doing well. We could do better. For instance, I'm not afraid to say there is no protection mechanism for whistleblowers back home. And we have been crying, making noise about it as part of a wider strategy to fight the scourge. So I don't know. I think talking about it and maybe pointing areas comprehensive as it is good to me as far as I'm concerned. I don't know. But the matter is with us. Our resource person is with us. If there are other areas we would want to point, the ones that have been pointed, I think to me, no one can say, no, this doesn't happen. They do happen, they do occur. And you cannot leave them. That is our role here. It is there in the treaty, and we need to implement. Hence, there is the word implementation. Is it effective, the implementation? Yes, it's good to note that we have ratified. No, it doesn't end up there. The domestication, I think it goes together with implementation. Mauritius, I know you are eager to say something. We're not picking on anyone. But anyone who thinks he can assist on this one, before he responds, because he still has to go through the other. But the examples that have just been brought up are good enough, and they are in line with the protocol. If there are others, well, they may be raised. Well, we maybe you can come in where you think, I think you understand the mood. That's the important thing.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, honorable members. I think most of the issues have already been addressed, but I want to tell you one or two things. One, we have data or information with regards to how the region is performing as far as corruption is concerned. And it's unfortunately my perception was not that we are going to talk about the performance of the region, but we have that information and it can be shared. Now that is linked from the protocol. The information is not about monitoring the protocol. No, it's about how we are doing as a region in the area of corruption, which I think is still quite important. So that is number one, and I think we can share that information with that report with the members. But another thing which I wanted to say is, which I think is important, and I think it cuts across all protocols. It's important to note that these are regional protocols. And even Article 4.2, which Mr. Kurasha mentioned, still says that each state party shall adopt such legislation and other measures under its domestic law to prevent and combat acts of corruption. So you have that regional guidance with a lot of emphasis on cooperation among the state parties, harmonization. But again, as member states, I think we have one exercise would be to really see if these issues which are emphasized at the regional level, there is legislation and other measures at national level to actually make them happen. That's important. What else? Yeah, I think yeah, and I think this cuts across all protocols. That sentiment cuts across all regional protocols. They might. The other thing which I wanted to say, this is a protocol of 2001. We are already in 2025. That's 24 years ago. There could be developments. There could be technological advancements, issues of ICT, which maybe there are other ways of corruption which are not addressed in this protocol. So one recommendation would be maybe it's high time this protocol is reviewed. As much as comprehensive as it is, Chair, it might still need a review because things have changed really over 24 years. Yeah. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much. The comment, the sentiment that we're talking about 2001 protocol. How would we go about ensuring its relevance and pertinence after 24 years? And the general view and perception is that corruption is thriving. That's what we're saying. It is, and no one can doubt about that. It is thriving. And how would we go about? Maybe you can assist that. Well, the monitoring and evaluation is critical, of course. How do you do that?
So maybe to give a bit of guidance, one of the resolutions could be about strengthening the ongoing collaboration with the Secretariat to ensure the sharing of that data to strengthen the intervention by the members. one of the things that we are trying to do, and that's why we were quite minimalist in terms of the number of protocols that we pick on and the issues we want to do. We really want to be practical. The only reason why citizens may believe in the work that we are doing is if we are able to demonstrate in practical terms that we have been able to do this. One of those is the issue that has come out is around the issue of the mechanisms for whistleblower protection. There's something that we can do, a recommendation around what the SADC PF can do from a parliamentary interventions perspective. The issue of the updating that Dennis spoke about, because corruption is already complex, as the general said, it is transboundary. There are many other issues that are insinuated under Article 4, including the corruption that happens in the private sector, which is very complex. The issue of price underpricing and under invoicing, the issues of illicit financial flows, now aided by the digital platforms. It's also a recommendation where we can also make one around there. Then maybe another recommendation will focus on capacitation of the members. Because for you to be able to effectively use your parliamentary mandate to advocate for the spirit and letter of the protocol, you ought to be knowledgeable. When you look at where we started off from and where we are after Dennis' presentation and the conversations we have had, you can see that these convergence we are creating, which speaks to capacitation of the members for them to be able to be effective. So we are going to formulate 4, maximum 5 recommendations, but that are very practical with different dimensions of that practicality to be able to say, this is what, as we leave this meeting, are going to be our priority areas, including strengthening that collaboration that already exists. Because if data is available, as Dennis said, that data needs to, through our collaboration as secretariats, find its way in terms of usage by the members. So at the next meeting, we are not going to start about the corruption, the protocol and what it speaks to. We want to report and say, this is what we have done, this is where the gaps are, and this is what we can recommend in terms of the specific areas of collaboration. There are many alternative sources of data in terms of also showing where we are in terms of performance. The one that we may collect ourselves as member states, there are also various other organizations that sometimes we may not necessarily agree with the methodology they use, but there is information out there in terms of how they rank us in terms of corruption perception. We would want to, in the next phase of taking this collaboration and practical implementation, infuse those so that we begin to create a very credible voice of parliamentarians tracking progress on the implementation of this protocol. I submit, Chair. Okay. All right.
Thank you very much, Secretary. I'm happy that at least you can craft something, not just something that is real, because what we're talking is real stuff, what we're talking, and it's there. It's not a perception. We need, as you rightly pointed out, those people who we represent would be happy. So they have picked even this one, and they are doing something about it, or they are saying something about it. Then they are representing us. We can't say all is well just because of that protocol. It's not enough, that protocol on its own. It makes sense when it is implemented and in particular areas. And we would know country by country where that protocol matters most. You can continue unless the members have something else. But I think this one, we understand each other what we would want at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The next one is a big one, a protocol on politics, defense, and security cooperation. Again, it's 2001. Overall objective is to promote peace and security in the region. But I want to quickly go through the specific objectives, because I think this is an important. So we want to promote peace and security in the region, but specifically, we want to protect the people and safeguard the development of the region against instability. We want to promote political cooperation among state parties. We want to develop a common foreign policy, which I don't think we have done so far. We want to promote regional coordination and cooperation on matters related to security and defense and establish appropriate mechanism to this end. That I think to some extent we have done. We want to prevent, contain, and resolve inter- and intrastate conflict by peaceful means. We want to consider enforcement action in accordance with international law as a matter of last resort where peaceful means have failed. We want to promote the development of democratic institutions and practices within the territories of the state parties and encourage the observance of universal human rights as provided for in the charters and the conventions of the OAU. By then, I think it was the OAU and the United Nations. So issues of human rights. We consider the development of collective security capacity and conclude a mutual defense pact. This has been done to respond to external military threats. We want to develop close cooperation between the police and the state security services of state parties. We want to observe and encourage state parties to implement UN and AU and other international conventions and treaties in arms control, disarmament, and peaceful relations between states. We want to develop peacekeeping capacity. And lastly, we want to enhance capacity in respect of disaster management and coordination on humanitarian assistance. And there have been a lot of disaster issues in the region. So those are the very specific objectives addressed in this protocol. Now, given the discussion we had earlier, maybe I should point out what are some of the progress we have made as a region in this area of peace and security, which actually this protocol wants to address. Or maybe before I do that, let me say, in terms of the signing, ratification, and implementation, all member states, except Angola, Comoros, and DRC, have ratified. So that's the situation. The protocol came into force in March 2004, quite a while ago. So that is the status in terms of ratification and implementation. In terms of challenges, member states are implementing the protocol. However, there is need to urge, this is the comment which came from our colleagues in Oregon, to urge Angola, Comoros, and DRC to accede to the protocols. But I want to go into some of the stories related to how we are faring as a region in this area of peace and security. Generally, the region is stable and free from intrastate conflicts. Conflicts in Mozambique registered successes. There is sustained political and diplomatic initiatives. No, sustained political and diplomatic initiatives are still required in the case of DRC, considering the deteriorating security and humanitarian situation in that region. In as far as conflict mediation is concerned, governance support delivered via the panel of elders and the mediation reference group is there. So we have the panel of, we have these entities, the panel of elders and the mediation reference group. I think the mediation reference group, if not currently, the last few days was in Madagascar. Standby force deployment, the SADC standby force deployment response time to emergence is moderate. We're not doing very well. Anticipated to improve following the completion of the regional logistics depot. And then we have early warning capacity. So a number of threats, 370 threats were detected and reported by the state, is it SS? It's State Security Subcommittee So I mean, this just shows that our early warning system is working. Election observance, the discussion we had earlier, 6. I think these are making reference to just 1 year for the last year. 6 election observation missions were conducted as per the SADC principles and guidelines governing democratic elections, with all 6 member states which held elections adhering to the SADC election guidelines. So this is just for the last year. So I mean, election observation is being undertaken. Consolidation of democracy, voter turnout is at 60%, indicating moderate electoral participation. This is for the last year, of course, in countries holding elections. 60%, not very good. And then anti-corruption, we spoke about corruption just with the other protocol, so I won't go into that. Trans-organized crime, there are some operations which are being undertaken by SADC, resulting into arrests. There are numbers which are given here. Anti-money laundering cases investigated have increased. Illicit finance and asset recovery, there's issues of women in peace and operations. There are issues facilitation of movement of persons. 3 countries exempt all SADC countries from visa. I'm not sure if this is a peace and security issue, but it appears under that. 11 countries exempt more than 10 countries, and DRC exempts only 5 countries, and 13 member states adhere to the 90-day visa regime. So there is some movement along facilitation of movement of people. Counterterrorism capacity, the Regional Counterterrorism Center was established in 2022. I think it is in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, but needs urgently needs staffing, which again is a resource issue. And then there are issues of maritime security as well. So basically, that's how we are faring in this area of peace and security, which actually this protocol oversees. I think that's what I have to say in as far as this protocol is concerned. Yes, that was only what I wanted to cover. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, presenter. Thank you, Dennis. We are already in the mood of how we might make interventions on these protocols. This is another, that's an involved one, really. Ask them. Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. It's not that time is against us. We have all the time to ourselves, but the mind also needs to be recharged. So what I'm saying, we need the health break, but I have a proposal. It's up to you. We can continue and finish what was due today. We still have tomorrow. But when we go out, wherever we end, we are done for the day and we come tomorrow. So it's up to you. Do you want us to go for short break, or we finish? Because already time is gone in terms of our program. But just before you make interventions, I was saying we are now in the mood. All along, we're not sure where we're getting to. So even here is the same approach
Yeah.
if there is anything to say. But that's what I was saying. But first and foremost, do you want us to continue or we continue to tomorrow? Or as Zimbabwe, you had your hand up.
I think we must continue. I don't know the honorable member, but for me, I'm still, I still have the energy. I think at the 30 minutes. Okay.
Estão a falar dos dois.
Sorry. Sorry, General. I think I think this subject only. We can continue with this subject only. After this one, then we disengage.
Yes, so let's agree. He continues, he finishes. He's already there. Let him finish. Yeah, he's already there. And then we go for a break and we call it a day. Please. The same procedure that Zimbabwe.
The first one for corruption, he didn't mention. He mentioned that Comoros was yet to, yes, Comoros was yet, but here we might to know why our these three countries are yet to, since this protocol was enforced in force in 2004, and for now, since they are Angola, Comoros, and DRC, and how are this protocol binding them? How are this protocol binding them since they are not yet to rectify or to implement it?
Africa.
Thank you, Chair. I was looking forward to the excitement that we adjourn until tomorrow, but but with my big brother here having persuaded the top table, I just have one point to raise. Of course, I have a point to make, though I have a pressure of time because at 4 o'clock I should be in a meeting. But the question just that I wanted to raise relates to the model law, or do we have a model law on democratic standards and principles? This is quite important given the what we usually observe in relation to
we may not be doing justice to ourselves now. We're touching on yet another critical area. We are not going to rush through that one as well. That we have made a breakthrough on the first one. We should also have the same vigor and strength, even on this is another critical one. So I don't know what my friend General Angola has to say. I was saying it would do no harm with us and my secretary here if we adjourned and we come fresh tomorrow night. Come fresh. Our resource person is with us. We have a leash on him. But that's the proposal. Unless my friend is differing, I was suggesting, I'm proposing we adjourn, have tea, and then that's the day.
Muito obrigado, Sr. Presidente, caros colegas. Eu sou da opinião que devíamos ainda abordar o assunto, porque temos ainda, de acordo com o nosso programa, ainda temos 1 hora. Bom, mas eu gostaria de entrar um bocado na discussão já do protocolo. Eu considero o protocolo um instrumento valioso, necessário para a estabilidade da região, porque não há desenvolvimento se nós não tivermos estabilidade na nossa região. Eu não sei se os dados que foram aqui apresentados se estão atualizados, porque à luz deste protocolo, nós tivemos uma intervenção na República Democrática do Congo, em que participaram o Zimbábue, a Namíbia e Angola. À luz desse protocolo, tivemos uma intervenção no Lesoto, que participaram Angola, a Zâmbia e creio que outros países. Eu não sei se essa participação foi aleatória ou obedeceu ao cumprimento de algum protocolo. Não posso precisar isso. Não me parece que tenha sido aleatória. Foi na base de alguma coisa. E sem desprimor, com o devido respeito que tenho, a quando da intervenção no Congo e no Lesoto, eu era ministro da Defesa. E foi na base de procedimentos legais que nós fomos ao Congo. Da necessidade de que temos do cumprimento deste protocolo, é que, dentre outras coisas, o protocolo diz que, atacando um país membro da nossa organização, considera-se um ataque a todos os países da região. Por isso é que nós fomos ao Congo. Obviamente, também interesses de segurança, etc., etc., nossa, por aí fora e tal, não sei quantos. Mas eu apanho. Neste momento, nós temos um país membro, ou 2 países membros, que estão a viver uma situação. A República Democrática do Congo, quer a gente queira, quer a gente que procure dissimular o máximo possível, está sendo vítima de uma agressão. E há mortes. A gente fala na guerra da Ucrânia, a gente fala noutros pontos, quando aqui mesmo por cima do nosso nariz nós temos uma situação terrível no leste da RDC. O norte de Moçambique também estamos a viver outra situação. E, portanto, que exige respostas da região. Portanto, daí a necessidade de, no nosso documento, levantarmos de facto esses aspectos para que a organização olhe para os nossos problemas com olhos de ver. Porque, assim não sendo, nós podemos criar situações que depois nos podem fugir do nosso controle. Portanto, resumindo e concluindo, eu não sei se os dados que foram aqui exibidos relativamente a Angola, Comores e RDC, se são atuais. Muito obrigado.
Okay, thank you, Angola, for that intervention. The program has been drafted, designed by us. It is not strictly that we have to stick to the letter. So I'm only a guide here. I was thinking we are touching on big issues at a wrong time. And if we go for tomorrow, there isn't much that would lose by adjourning. Anyway, thanks Angola for that intervention. You see, some of these things that are being raised, maybe under this protocol, are highly sensitive. They are very highly sensitive, and I don't want us to give it shoddy attention. That's why I was thinking if we broke, we would not have broken any rule, really. Anyway, I don't know, because he has already raised it, he can, because the question is under this, is it working well? If not, where? What can we do? Remember, there are things we can do, we cannot do. Our role, that's enhancing the role. Now, marry that thing, enhancing the role of parliamentarians, and you marry it with that protocol. I don't know, Courage, maybe you could assist us, maybe in line with what the general has raised. Well, what are we supposed to be looking at here? This is a very involved. I know DRC is coming for it. If Mozambique was here, would be coming into it as well. So we don't want to raise hopes where we may not have the answers. But in any case, I was thinking, let's go and sleep over this matter and come tomorrow prepared how we might handle it. We're not losing anything, General. No, absolutely nothing. We're not losing anything. We're not losing anything. Yes.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think the conversations have started. The intention, and I think Dennis has helped us very significantly by when he started by laying out the objectives of the protocol. The general tied it very well when he said the intention when you are a development community is economic development. But you will not have development if you don't have peace. And the purpose is therefore is to look at parliamentary actions in terms of what can we do. The difference between what the objectives of the protocol says and where we are in reality. What can parliaments do? Already one of the things that came out to the surface was the question that the general has asked to say, can you confirm the veracity of information that says Angola hasn't acceded, because the protocol already came into force, and was even giving practical examples of where Angola has led in terms of leadership around the realization of some of the provisions of the protocol. Could it be that they are putting the cart before the horse, where they are already actively engaged, and in terms of the legal procedure, they have not yet acceded? And I think the proposal on the table to say it is a have matter, and I've seen that some of the members have already indicated that they want to go and engage with other things. Where we are, because we have not gone for tea, Chair, I associate with your thinking that we can go for tea, sleep over these matters, and we are able to be as thorough as we were with the other protocol when we come back tomorrow. And I would associate with the chair's wisdom to say, let's come back fresh. You know what happens in traditional settings when matters are brought, the elders will say, let's go and sleep over it. And they really sleep. So I associate with the proposal on the table. Dennis is here, the honorable members are here, we are here. Tomorrow we'll be able to digest these issues and live with satisfaction as we did with the other protocol. I submit, Chair.
Honorable members, with due respect, may we adjourn. We will start with addressing Angola's concern, and DRC was next. I think South Africa had something also to say. So nothing is lost. Tomorrow we'll deal with it. And with that, the meeting is adjourned. Tomorrow, 9 o'clock.
There's tea outside, honorable members. On our way, we can have tea and then have a restful evening. It's been a long week, and I hope you get to rest a bit today. And honorable members, Dennis has been around in terms of working with the Secretariat, and remains very helpful in facilitating some of our engagement with the Secretariat. And I thought we needed to put just that on record to say, even when we were planning for this meeting, Dennis was quite helpful in making sure that we are able to get colleagues from the Secretariat so that we hear from the horse's mouth. Even when the general asks, is this really true? He will be able to answer questions that we can never be able to answer as SADC PF Secretariat. Thank you very much and good evening.